I'm just trying to find. Bye.
What's up, comic book junkies? It looks like we lost somebody there. I'm gonna make myself big for a minute. We got 4 watching anyway. Welcome. If you're on the replay, welcome to Back to the 80s. Everything tonight is from 1980 to 89. We got some great people with us in the chat. We already got Las Cruces. He's always first in line. We got Mark Spector. We got Jerry the Jitterbug. So they're coming in. Let's go ahead and go around the table with our guest. You can see we got a motley crew. We're going to start out here with Matthew from Black Sheep Comics. How you doing,
Hello.
brother?
Hello.
I'm glad you could join us.
Me too.
All right, are you ready?
I am ready.
I hear you got some big stacks of 80s stuff.
I do.
Okay, cool. We got Gary B, the casual
What's
guy
up,
with
Al?
us. And you got a big stack waiting to be shown back there?
I probably got too much stuff, is what I got. So.
All right. Well, we're glad to have you. Let's see. We got Alan, the comic collector geek from the north.
Yeah, I didn't dress in 90s attire, but oh well.
That's good because it's an 80s show.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know, Alan's gonna have some big books, and then we got our co-host, Twisted Sister. I love Disney comics.
What's up, brother?
All right, rock and roll. Okay, you got a lot of stuff. You and me were on the phone for hours last night going through the boxes.
Yeah, I looked. It was 4.5 hours.
I know. His hair was short when we started the phone call. All right, so we're gonna take a look at the whole crew again. I gotta figure this stuff out. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, so here's the motley. We're gonna go ahead and kick it off. I got prizes. Let me make me big. I got prizes, really killer stuff. You want to check it out. It's on Instagram. If not, I'll show it all in a little bit when we get some more people in here. We got Comic Book Curator 68. Sub him up. He's just started a new channel here on YouTube. So I got a prize package for the whole group. I got one just for the chat, and I got one just for the guests and the co-hosts. So we'll see that in a little bit. We're going to kick it off. Alan, you ready to show some 80s?
Yeah. So okay. So we're gonna start out with very end of the 80s. The Crow, Crow number 1, and really great black cover.
I love the movie. The movie,
yeah,
was
The
awesome.
Crow. Actually, I'm not sure if this still stays in the 80s. Barely 80s. Like,
well, if it's not, don't show it.
Yeah, I'm not going to show it if it's not 80s. So these are all 80s. They're all
Nice.
like 1989.
Nice.
This one's signed by Jim
Yeah.
Baker.
I was hoping to find. I never see those ever. Anywhere.
Yeah, it's really hard to get one. And then it was a 4-issue series, so this is the 4th issue.
So did you read them? Did you get a chance to read them all?
I've read I think I've read the first 2, but no, I haven't finished. I never finished the series.
Yeah, that's how it goes for me too.
I don't know why. We got the Smurfs.
Oh yeah, that's actually kind of a hard book to find. I'm always looking for it, and 2 is always there.
You know what's funny? This is actually the first time that they're in comic book format. The original books were like magazine format.
Right.
So they were in the Smurfs originally appeared in a magazine called Spirou.
From Germany?
From Belgium.
Belgium.
Actually, Belgium. And another big 80s character.
Oh yeah, that's a big
Usagi.
book.
Yeah, really big book. And if you
Didn't you just get that like last year or the year before?
Yeah, it was just recently.
I
Another
remember seeing that.
big 80s one.
Let me write these down.
Savage Dragon. First appearance of Savage Dragon.
Nice.
Sort of a prototype version. And this is the first appearance of the Tick.
Very cool.
And I said I'd show some big books, so I'm going to grab some big books. So we got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Very
Number
80s.
one. Was that first print too?
That's the first print, yeah.
Nice.
I believe it's actually signed as well. Signed on the inside.
Oh, you bought it already signed?
It's signed on the inside. Like that's a lot of the early Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were signed.
Right.
On on the inside cover.
Isn't that one of the most copied books? One of the fraudulent books?
Yeah, so you got to be careful getting it. And then we got a Love and Rockets.
Hold on. Yeah, I was just talking about that today. What happened to you? That's not you.
That's not me. Love
I was just talking with Steve about that. I didn't realize that Guardians of the Galaxy issue 12, I think, is actually a homage to the Love and Rockets cover. It just dawned on me.
Yeah, it is. And this is actually a really hard book to get in the first print.
I know. I almost bought one, and then I realized it wasn't the first print.
I actually bought one, and then I realized, like they said it was the first print. I got it. It was a raw copy. Opened it up, said second print. I was like, oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
They accepted the refund, though. And actually, I ended up getting this one graded version for cheaper. So I was quite happy. So, yeah. And then another big Turtles book, Raphael.
When did that come out?
1985.
Oh, wow. That's a huge book, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it's in a 9.8, so that's quite...
Wow. Isn't there some 9.9 to that?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Probably, though. You never know.
Maybe I'm thinking of the new one.
Yeah. And then another big one that most people don't know. I got to take it out of this silly bag. This is kind of a cool book. Got some nudity, but oh well. It's from 1983. And this is the first appearance of Max.
Oh. Isn't Grendel a first appearance in that series too?
No. Yes, it is. Primer, isn't it Primer 3 or 2? Yeah, one of those two. I have it, but I don't know where it is. Yeah, Grendel also made his appearance. But this is a cool book. It actually says Max the Hare. I never knew that the Max was a rabbit until I got this book.
The Max. Okay.
Yeah, you know Max, like
by Sam Keith?
Yeah, Sam Keith. So I thought this was a kind of a cool one.
I didn't never know that. I thought his first appearance was in Max #1.
Well, this is kind of like a prototype. And then we got this one. This is one that actually Biggie Shack was the one that told me about it. This is like the first appearance of the Ninja Turtles in comics. Even before Gobbledygook, it's just one of the turtles. Leonardo makes like there's like a sketch that somebody drew in of Leonardo. So
yeah, I just found out I have the Osabi Jimbo #2 that has the turtles on the front with them.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know I had that.
And
okay, hold on. I got 12 watching. I only got 6 names, so go ahead and speak up, everybody, and I can get you down for the giveaway. That's cool. Yeah. I bought that when it came out.
Oh, really?
7 names, Mike.
I got this later, but yeah, it's another hard one to get in high grade.
I had a couple of the prints signed by McLeod at a con, and I cannot find them. I'll never know what happened to them. I lost them somehow.
And actually, I picked this up when the price dropped. I got this one really cheap. That's what happened.
Thanks, Steve. I got 7 now.
Okay. Do you want me to show more, or?
Yeah, go ahead. Give us 5 more books.
5 more books? Okay.
5 more. Guys, make some comments. Heck, some questions there. You guys are too quiet.
I'm just showing some random stuff here. So we got Turtles 5.
Nice.
Nice wraparound cover, too. It's a bondage cover, too. Not many people realize that.
Is that the first colored Turtles?
It's the first colored cover, I believe. Yeah. I don't know if I don't think this is the first time. The first time they were in color was in what's that title? Like the one that had Rocketeer and all those ones.
Pacific Presents, Pacific something, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. One of those ones had the first color, or was it?
No. Wasn't it
No, it wasn't-
Comico
it
or
wasn't-
something?
no, it was something
Comico?
else.
It was a back cover.
It's the color one. It was in.
It was the Jim Shooter.
I forget the name of the title. I don't. It's gonna drive me crazy.
Wasn't it the Jim Shooter publication
And then this is the first mask.
with Justice Inc. or something like that? Nice.
What is it called? Oh my goodness!
First-
It's gonna drive me crazy. I know it, but I just blanking on it. And then we got this is a cool one. This is the first
Yeah.
Todd McFarlane cover.
I'm actually going to show something that I'm not going to say what it is, but
This
it's
is-
related. It's related to that.
So this is Todd McFarlane right
He
here.
does the Scorpion, yeah, Scorpio Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Steve Englehart creation.
Yeah, so that was his first cover. And I believe this one is his first artwork in comic.
Yeah, I've always been looking for that one, like in the dollar bins.
And then this is the second full Todd McFarlane. This first.
Oh, I have that one. Yeah,
So yeah, so
that's an easy book to find for $1 too.
Yeah, no, it's cheap actually. It's not but it is a major key for him. So
Okay, great, Alan.
That was a bunch
that's
of
it. You
books.
good? Okay,
I got a lot more.
nice.
That's a bunch to get you
Let's
started.
everybody give a hand for Alan. Take a bow there.
Yay!
Yeah, thanks guys.
Okay. Now we have Matthew from Black Sheep Comics. This guy
Hello.
needs your support. Go sub up his channel. He's got great Golden Age content. You'll be in awe of what he shows.
I can't
Okay.
compete with his his grails, but
It's not
I
a
got-
competition.
first Teen Titans. I
Nice.
think it's like 1980
That's
something. I think it's
It-
82 or 83.
it made me mad that they decided that was first appearance. It's a preview of the actual first book.
Yeah, it is right there. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
And I have #1, a nice copy, but all of a sudden they made that the key. I'm like, are you kidding me?
I think the preview should count because it's the full story. It's like, they show the characters and everything.
Then why didn't it count for the first 10 years or 15 years?
Well, yeah. Now it's all messed up.
I wonder who that is. I never understood who that monkey person was in the background. You see it?
No. Gorilla
Yeah, I
Grodd?
don't know who that is.
Right there. Every time I look at it, I read it. It doesn't even mention anything to do with anything that's like monkey related. So I was like, I guess we would never know.
Oh, we got
Yeah, I
two
got a
more
really nice
watchers
copy
here.
of first Nightwing.
Nice. Steve,
Yep.
keep note of that.
Got the first Deathstroke.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Steve, keep note of that. Nice. I don't have either one of those.
And I picked up today because today I had my third comic book show ever. I traded some $5 books for Blip #1 in 8.0.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's actually in a nice grade too.
Yeah.
I was happy with the newsstand also. They have some non-color increases. And Bob Camp is doing a signing at Big Apple Con, so I was debating on getting it signed by him.
Wow.
And I got another
what's that book?
huge
What's
book.
that book? What does that book go for?
Oh,
Like
that
an
goes
8.
for-
Like 150, 175.
oh, that's it? I would
Yeah,
thought it
in
was-
an 8.0. And 9.8 is like
Yeah,
$4,000.
because
Oh,
Bronze
okay, so
Age,
it's like one
Bronze
of
and
those
Modern
very-
Gods. You ever watched Bronze and Modern Gods?
I have not.
He just picked up a 9.8, and it was like $1,500 or something.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think.
First Captain Carrot, best book in the best book. Captain Carrot.
He's breeding us already, Steve.
I like Captain Carrot. That's
I
awesome.
love Captain Carrot.
First John Constantine.
Oh,
there
nice.
you go. Dang
Yeah.
it.
I didn't
And then
do
I got
any
into
DC
more-
books, so
Dave Stevens stuff.
Charlotte's in the house. Oh, yeah.
My first Dave Stevens cover I got. I never
that's a
understood
good
why
one.
he added that bird. Because if you read it, that bird doesn't even have any significance. I wonder why he added.
Did you read the inside covers? The origin
have-
of how she was created?
I have with the glasses, but the bird, I don't understand.
Read the inside cover. Iger talks about how him and Eisner created that character.
No, the bird.
No, Sheena.
Oh, I know, but
yeah,
like,
but
I was-
why the bird?
Yeah, like it kind of ruins that whole appeal.
I don't know. I don't even look at the bird. I'm looking at Sheena. I never even saw that
Yeah,
bird.
no, I love that book. Dave Stevens is awesome.
But that history
Then-
in there is the best part of that book.
My second Dave Stevens cover,
Oh, nice.
and then moves on to more Dave Stevens. I don't know how many I have to show, but I got this one. I think this is his first
Yeah,
in
I got 2 of those.
his own title, right?
Oh, really?
I believe so with
forget what it
Rocketeer.
is.
I tried to get every Dave Stevens cover. That's my. I have a whole short box devoted to Dave Stevens.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I saw your
Yeah.
video. It got me interested into Dave Stevens.
Oh,
You have-
you.
I have one in here, Alan. Maybe you don't have it.
Everyone always loves this cover, and I can't disagree.
Oh,
House
Oh,
of
yeah.
man, I didn't
That's a
find
great cover.
mine. Dang it. I didn't
Yeah.
pull mine out.
I have that. Yeah.
She's
It's
got
so-
some nice
it's so
beefy
nice.
legs in that one. That's what I think we like about it.
Have you guys watched the documentary of Dave Stevens on Amazon?
No.
No.
It came out in like
Oh.
December of 2022. It's pretty
I'll have to check- I'll have to
interesting.
check it out.
For me, that's a double key because it's like Seduction of the Innocent and Dave
Yeah.
Stevens.
Yeah.
Doubly cool.
So T.
So T.
Uh,
So T.
My personal favorite Dave Stevens cover,
Oh yeah.
the purple.
Yeah, I like that too.
That's great.
It's so great.
Dang, I didn't pull that one either.
Then I got
What's wrong with me?
this one is pretty underwhelming when you look at it because it's kids, but other than that, it's a
No, she's hot.
oh, yeah, she is pretty hot. Then I got
Do you
Blip
have the
number.
Airboy?
What's up?
Did you have the Airboy Dave Stevens cover? I really like that one.
That's the one I'm missing. I
You know that Joe from Tennessee came
Blip
down
number
here.
3.
He went to my LCS and he found it for $5. I was
Which?
like, what?
Really?
The
Yeah,
Airboy
the
Dave
one
Stevens.
yeah, the Airboy.
Oh, that's a great cover.
King Kong.
Yeah, that's
nice.
that's actually my favorite.
Oh.
I am
Really?
like I'm sentimental to the whole like King
like the
Kong
way-
movie.
Yeah, and the way her leg is bent like that, it's just so
Yeah.
cool.
I think most people go for DNA agents, but
I found this one in Salem. It's signed by Dave Stevens.
Oh,
at the top.
that's the one
Oh
I have.
wow,
Yeah.
That's sweet.
that's actually a hard book to find too. That was a more challenging one.
I was shocked when I found this.
I
And then
got
he was
that
like, "Oh yeah, it's
cover.
signed." I'm like, "Oh wow, that's a good little added bonus."
And that's very 80s, like just the hair.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
All right, give us a couple more, Matt.
Betty Page,
Mm.
Oh,
I actually
Yeah.
read that.
What
book,
year did that come out?
it's-
1981.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
he was the one that really brought her back. I mean,
And I got my last big quote unquote Dave Stevens, 1983 first appearance of I think it's
yeah.
the Stargazers.
yeah.
Now they have that on my LCS, but it was like a 4.5, so I didn't buy it.
Mine's probably like a 9.4.
It looks really solid. Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great cover. I definitely would like to own that. But those a lot of those are still affordable.
Yeah, like people forget. You also did like very nonchalant ones. Like
Yeah.
I think the mouse kind of ruins this one.
Yeah, I actually like the girl, but I don't like the mouse. It's something about its.
Is that a
Yeah.
possum or a mouse?
It's a mouse, or it could be a possum actually.
Maybe it's a possum. This one is also Dave Stevens, but I got it just to go get the collection. Not really sure what he was thinking. It reminds me of the Tuscan Raiders, kind of a little bit.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, so the ones without the girls on it don't. Nobody
Yeah.
really like.
This one was I got it just for the story. It's-
Yeah,
You need it for the story.
the Rocketeer's awesome.
They are awesome. And then I'll show the last one for now. I'm a huge DC Presents guy, so I try getting as nice grades
Mm-hmm.
as I can. All my DC Presents are from an original owner collection, so they're
Do you buy
really high
graded
grade.
books at all, or you're just mainly raw?
I have my Golden Age is basically graded. Everything else is kind of raw.
Alan, go watch his videos. He's got timelies, nice timelies.
Oh, okay, I'll have to check it out.
All right. Well, thanks, Matt.
You're
That's
welcome.
awesome. Let's going to go over to Gary, the B Master, the Cash.
Hey, what's up? All right, so let's see.
Come on, Gary. Let's see some good, cool stuff.
Well, mine is. I don't know if I'm going to go comics first or. You know what? I'm going to go pulp books first.
Go for it.
So I am a big in the 80s. I did a lot of reading, and that was reading mostly novels. But we have so for pulps we have Conan the Barbarian movie adaptation.
Oh, nice.
All right.
I like that movie.
Oh yeah,
It's a good movie.
Andrew J. Moffat did a couple of these. I have my other one in the car right now because I'm reading it. So another Andrew Moffat one. These ones are high regarded, the Andrew ones, but. I'm a big pulp collector. I love the old pulp books from the 80s and the 70s and the 60s. And so we've got some great covers on here.
And who would do the covers for those? Those are really, really awesome.
So you had all the usual suspects doing them. You had a lot done by Ken Kelly and a lot done by San Julian and Earl Norm did some. You had Dorian do some. Dorian Vallejo. So you had all over the place. Doug Beekman did some. But all those guys that were working and painting these beautiful things back then. Another big one here. This one's highly regarded. Then we have.
I can see why. That's a great cover.
Oh, yeah, the Spider God, it's great. So this series a lot of people don't know about. This is Raven, Sword Mistress of Chaos. All right, by Richard Kirk. Some great covers on these. And when I think of the 80s, I always think of these books. And I've read all of these multiple times. But I figured if I brought pulps, nobody else would have pulps, so I'd bring something a little different.
Yeah, cool. Mix it up.
So some great art on these covers. Then this one is just one of my favorite reads of all time. It's an odd book. This one here is my original copy. And of course, I picked up a couple more of it. I got another one in the other room too because I'm reading it again right now. And then these next 6 books actually go for a pretty penny because I don't think they were ever reprinted. You can't get them anymore. And these were by David C. Smith and Richard L. Tierney. And this is Red Sonja, Ring of Ikarubu. And some of these books are like $40-$50.
Wow.
So Demon Knight. And just spectacular covers. And all these covers are by Boris Vallejo. So even Boris was doing these covers back then. And just gorgeous covers. Number 5.
I think they're all cool. I'm just putting names in the randomizer.
You're good. And then the last one in this one was issue number 6.
Very nice.
Book number 6. But a big fan of the pulps. Now, added on to this, I figured one thing that we all did in the 80s was play board games, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I had to bring one board game on the show.
Oh, wow.
Oh, cool. I love that game. That is so fun.
You sunk my battleship.
Yeah. Talking about, my kid loves it because my kid's very, very retro. So this is and this I had to double check to make sure that this version came out in the 80s, and it came out in 89, so it just made it under the wire.
Jerry's comment.
What's that?
Jerry made a nice comment.
But and then
Didn't we all?
I was a good boy. I never did drugs. Seriously.
And then one of my favorite series from back in the day was Tales from the Dark Side.
Awesome.
I really like that series. Yeah.
I stayed up every Friday night to watch it. And I don't know how many of you knew Robert Englund in this series before, but I was a big fan of V.
I
yeah.
really love V.
And V the Final Battle.
I even watched it when it was that TV series where, like before it was like sort of a movie TV
Right,
series,
but
and
they
then
went
it
a
was
little
like
campy with the series.
yeah.
Dragon Slayer, one of my favorite.
Oh yeah. You
I
didn't
always
get to hardly
that movie
see no
always bothered
dragon.
me, actually.
Right.
Like the end, I just the princess dies. Sorry to spoil it, but
And you really don't see a dragon.
And then you had the Conans and Red Sonja.
Oh yeah. And the Sheena.
I had the Sheena digitally, but so one of my favorite '80s cartoons, Thundar the Barbarian.
Oh yeah, I watched that religiously. That was
I
only
know
like
that one.
8 episodes, but it was rerun and rerun.
It was one of the most watched cartoons. It had something like 13 episodes the first season, but
Yeah.
then Nancy Reagan came out with everything that is considered a cartoon and kids viewable has to have a message, and instead of compromising their vision, they just cut it. Another one I was a big fan of.
Oh, Dragons!
Yeah.
I have that as well.
Loved
The
it.
box set.
And of course, I was big, and I just saw this in the theater when they reissued it, was John Carpenter's The Thing.
That was a great video game.
Yeah, I never played. That was like a written sequel, but I had the comic of it. And then you have They Live.
They Live's a classic.
It is. And I was a big Evil Dead guy.
Oh yeah.
wow.
Oh yeah, Evil Dead
too.
2.
Evil Dead 2. I couldn't show Army of Darkness because that came out in '93.
I showed that my dad had Evil Dead 2.
Ah, there's Fire and Ice.
And I showed it to my friends, and every time they come over, can we watch it again? Can we watch it again?
Right? It's so good. The Fog, another great Carpenter
Oh,
flick.
I like that movie.
Yeah.
And the best werewolf movie ever made, The Howling.
Actually, Howling 5 is my favorite from the series.
Really?
What about American
It's kind of
Werewolf
like,
from Lon-
it's sort of like it's sort of like The Thing in a way, because you never know who's the werewolf. And it's sort of like a mystery.
Ooh, Tom
Yeah,
Ryan
that's the one in the
graphic
mansion,
novel.
right?
Yeah.
I own the other one too that you just spoke of. I should have grabbed it. An American Werewolf in London. I like that too. I like the seriousness of The Howling more. But I like the Jenny Agutter of the other one a lot.
All right, so you good? You ready to move on? All right, that was great stuff.
I wanted
This
Pulp
is-
movies first, so
This is what I wanted to see.
I got one movie to show. So
All right, we got Thor's hammer. What's up,
Thor's
buddy?
hammer.
Rock on, brother. All right, he's got some good stuff coming up. Some metal, some music.
I don't know about much metal. We will have some metal, brother. But
Right,
you know,
brother.
our generation was the MTV generation.
That's right.
And, you know, around that time, 1984, January 28th, my birthday, 12-year-old little Steve's watching MTV for the world premiere of We Are the World.
Ooh, that's 80s if it's anything is.
that's so funny. By the way, your birthday's January 28th.
Yep.
Mine's 29th.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. His wife flew me to Ohio for his birthday. Your wife should fly me to Canada
Yeah, well,
for your birthday.
my wife's not so supportive, but okay.
Now, you guys probably can't see that, but that is Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Everybody.
Who are you gonna call?
My
are
grandkids
you
make me karaoke that every time they come over.
And then no 80s album collection would be complete without a little Air Supply, baby.
Oh, dang, snap.
Air Supply is the first one that I ever danced to. Like, we would waltz, like the I remember going to parties and that was the big thing.
Oh, yeah, that was the sappy song, You Find a Girl.
You find
Make
a girl.
love out of nothing at all. We did it all the time. Make love out of nothing at all.
Yeah.
But anyway,
No
one
comment.
Of the biggest 80s album. If you think about music, you will know this album. This is the biggest album of the 80s. And I remember watching MTV, waiting for the world premiere of Thriller. Had my VCR tape set, recording it, and I must have watched that thing 100 times.
I have the VHS of Thriller.
That album kept Def Leppard's Pyromania from #1. Dang it.
Now, something else about the 80s was beautiful women. And in the early 80s, there was no other woman more beautiful than Madonna.
Oh, you got that right. I had a big crush on her. Woo.
And this is the Like a Virgin album.
Oh, now you're really swaying me over there. For the very first time.
And in the 80s, forget his political beliefs or anything, but there was one boss of rock.
Reagan? Oh, no. Oh!
And that
yeah.
was the boss, Bruce Springsteen, born
that was a good album.
Born in the USA.
Yeah, that was a good album. My aunts were gaga over him.
But we did come here to talk about rock. And when you think of the 80s, there's one band that is rock.
I knew you were going to show Van Halen.
Hail Rockers! All right.
David
Smoking Little
Van Halen's
Babies.
The only Van Halen.
That's right, brother. You say it, you sing it, you preach it.
Van Halen number 2.
Oh, wow.
Diver Down.
Fair warning.
Oh, yeah. There's Diver Down.
Diver Down, Pretty Woman.
Wow.
Walking down the street.
And then there was a band that was hard as nails. Some might say, tough, man. This is
that's my band right there. It's not love, baby. In my dreams.
In the 80s, we were all headbanging out in the cellar with the Rats.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness, Rats.
Remember the movie Dream Warriors?
Yes.
Yes.
Dockin?
I played that Rat one a lot.
But
I
there
have.
was
I
no
play it
bad
daily.
boy band in rock and roll.
Twisted Sister.
Like these
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
I was seeing
yeah.
Motley Crue. Smoking in the girls' room?
Yeah.
Or
good
smoking in
tune.
the boys' room?
I saw them
I'd rather
live
smoke
3
in the girls'
times.
room. Oh, wow. You're my hero, man. I've never seen them live.
All right. And if we're going to talk about 80s, we've got to talk about the greatest movie of the 80s. There is no debate on this. I can't get it out of the box. But The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh,
That's the movie I have. I have my VHS tape right in front of me for that one.
I thought you were bringing up Howard the Duck.
No.
No.
And if we're going to talk about the Empire, we got to talk about the first appearances
Of
of
everybody.
Yoda, Boba, in The Empire Strikes Back.
I
Marvel
gave that away as an
movie
A-OK.
special.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah, I did notice somebody had already showed a couple of my books, so I'll go ahead and show these. This is the was this first Cyborg, Raven,
And Starfire.
yeah, Starfire, and then of course Nightwing
First
Green,
Coriander
green.
Starfire.
and John Constantine,
Nice.
and then I'll end up here with one of the most beautiful ladies from the 1980s, Mrs. Elvira.
Oh, yeah.
In all, well, this is 11 issues that I've got. I think there were 12, but I've only got 11 of them.
You have the robot one
I believe I do.
with Adam Strange. Yeah, it is.
Right there.
That one?
Those are such good
Yeah.
covers.
Great series.
I like that one, the Lady Liberty.
Yeah. That's a good one.
2 more here.
Wow.
And then I love this one. This one's my favorite.
I'll say
Oh,
that
yeah.
that was
Yeah, everyone
beautiful.
loves that one. That's, yeah.
Nice
It's a
stuff.
classic with the moon in the backdrop.
Oh, and one of the greatest Disney movies ever to come out of the 80s, The Little Mermaid. A little controversial right now, but Little Mermaid.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can find something here. I can never figure out how to do this damn thing. Anybody know how to do this? Where you share a file on your thing?
No idea.
Hey, I got one more thing to show real quick. I'll get this out of the way.
Oh, I got to open it up. That's right. Okay, go ahead.
So everybody knows that comics like gimmicks in the 80s. You had the no prize issues.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
And then what was I can't remember what year this was, 1986 or when they started doing the Marvel 25th anniversary covers.
Oh yeah, those are awesome.
Spider-Man, X-Men, or classic X-Men.
How many of those were in total?
I'm not sure. There was one for every title, though, from what I remember.
Oh, I don't see the King Conan yet. You might be.
There's one of my favorite. Yep, King Conan's a good one too.
Dang, you guys are breeding me left and right here with all these books.
All right, that's all I got.
Great. That's really great.
I do like that Spider-Man one.
Oh, that's me.
Hey, who's this? Somebody from the 80s. Any guesses?
I'm gonna go say Gary.
No, not Gary. It's Alan.
Oh,
Alan the Comic Geek. Let's see.
The man, the myth, the legend.
That's right. Let's see what else we got here.
Thank goodness I didn't have any 80s pictures to send.
I wasn't born yet.
Well, you gotta.
Oh, way to cop out there, Black Sheep.
Yep.
Bat.
Who's this?
Oh wow.
The mullet.
Who's that?
It looks like
Thor's hammer.
Thor's
Yeah,
hammer,
that's Steve. Steve in the 80s with his little skinny piano tie.
Yeah, I remember that style.
Oh, that's not true, Jackson Kirk. I had hair to the middle of my back.
Oh, is that you? Wow.
I don't know who that is.
You look like such a rocker.
That's my sister right there. And that's when I moved to Florida the first time I got there.
You look like a serial killer. You got
no, he doesn't.
All right. Enough of that. Okay, I'm up. What's up, comic book junkies? Welcome back to the 80s. Yeah. So we got prizes for everybody. So tonight we got a prize package for one grand prize winner in the chat. Steve, I've gotten 16 names already. I don't know how many.
I got 12.
Well, I got 16. So I showed these on Instagram, so I'm not going to just take a little time, but that's signed by Will Potasio. First, that's a key. These are all high-grade books. This is a VG copy. This is a high-grade copy, Frank Miller. Grimjack, Timothy Truman.
Ooh, nice.
Then you got this. This is a new Spider-Ham story after the Star series. Wonder Woman #1. Just a cool Ra's al Ghul. I think this is Denny O'Neil story. And then you have first appearance of Gargoyle. So that's a grand prize for the chat. This book will be a mix of the chat and guests. So anybody can win that one. That's third appearance of Punisher. It's a high-grade copy. And then this is going out to my co-host and guests later on. So this is a giveaway. Scout #1, Fierce State Alpha #1. These are high grade. Newsstand high grade copy of First Bishop.
Nice.
Plastic Man bondage cover. Nice Cochrane.
That's actually the first John Carter in Marvel. That's Origin Story. Sorry, Origin Story.
Yeah, it's first Stage of Thor.
It's a nice Cochrane story, no pun
story,
intended.
yes.
And then you're going to get this, Adventure Comics from 1960.
Wow.
So this is for my guests. And then you get Scorpion Rose #1.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
So the history behind her is Steve Englehart had written a script already for Madame Xanadu, and then it got canceled. So he created her and used that script for issue 1. Or I think for her initial first story. So anyway, so that'll be for the guests. Now it's my turn to show stuff, right? So we got some Spooberry. No, complete without your Frankenberry. I don't have the Count Chocula or the other one. What about these? Remember these in the checkout line?
Are they like the digest ones?
Yeah. And they fit nice in a Mylar.
You put two together, yeah.
Those are so cool.
And I have a bunch, but I forgot to pull all the rest.
Oh, nice. don't know what it is. I love the digest size.
It's just the feel of them in your hand, really.
Yeah, they're
I
fun.
think. How does that look? That look pretty good.
It looks good, man.
How about this? This is a price guide from what? 1980 something. I forget what year. 82.
Sure. Now, if
or
I could only
something.
buy books out of that guy at that price.
Yeah.
And I think this one.
How much is an Action 1?
Action 1. Let me look.
Yeah, let's find out.
I'm guessing 13,000.
Yeah, probably something like that. It's probably cheap.
I mean, cheap for the 80s is like.
Good thing is it's right in the beginning.
What year is it?
82, 17,000.
Wow.
17,000.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does that get you a high grade copy? Or
This
just
is
a-
85, 86.
Wow.
Now,
This-
do any of you like looking at the old Wizard price guides too? If you pick up a Wizard book and just seeing what they were then?
Oh,
I have
love
one.
the
I have
Wizard
one
books.
wizard.
But the Wizards are from the 90s, so we couldn't bring it.
Right.
The Gerber guides are from the 80s. Dang it, we should have. I have those.
I
right
have
here.
a Gerber guide I can show.
The photo. You can show the marbles. I hate the marble ones. I never look at them. I don't hate them, but
I only have one Gerber guide. That's nice.
these are the Sears catalog of comic book buying right here. You go through this and you start looking on eBay.
I know. It's like, wow, so many beautiful covers.
And I find a lot of books because they're so scarce that nobody knows what they are.
I know
I found-
like, a
I
lot
found
of
a
people don't know
handful.
how to price them. So it's just like,
That's volume 2. This is volume 1.
I think I have volume 2.
I wonder if
I
DC
paid
or Marvel
more
has more
I
no show.
paid more for shipping when I got these than I did for the actual books. I think the books I got them for $10 each, and the
Oh,
shipping
wow.
was like 15 or something, 10, 15. Yeah, because I went on used book sites and tracked some down, and
Oh, that's
they
a
were
good way to
pretty
buy
cheap.
them.
Well, I'll up you. I got the marble ones right here. None of us thought about treasuries. Or here's one of the marble ones. I don't know what the other one is. So this has all the marble from what? From like 60 on or something, minus some of the reprint titles. What I don't like about it is they don't use a scarcity scale because it's all the same scarcity.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what do
Okay.
they say? It's just not scarce at all? Is that the...
No, they don't say anything. There's no scale. They don't give it to you. I found this for $1. It's signed by Mike Zack and
Sweet.
Beatty. I know I checked out when I got home. I went over the bill. I'm like, she only charged me $1 for this. I'm like, what?
Oh, wow.
It even has the COA.
Wow.
Yeah, so I gave away my other high grade copy. I figured, what the heck? What about this book? Anybody know anything about that?
Oh, yeah. Worst cover ever.
That's
Worst
one of
cover, but the best interiors ever. I actually love this cover. I like panel covers.
That's
Okay.
got a storyline, one of the craziest storylines in it that continues from what's the other book? The Avengers 200, I think.
Oh yeah, with Miss Marvel.
Yeah, Miss Marvel.
Does anyone
where she
have
gets
that
her own
bicycle,
son
though?
and marries him.
She gets pregnant by the god. It's really her son.
You might be
Yep.
seeing that issue later.
I think it's funny that you can win a bicycle, though.
I actually thanked Milgram on Facebook. I said, "Man, I love this cover." He's like, "Well, Michael Golden didn't have enough time to do it. He couldn't meet deadline. You think how Imagine it would have looked if he would have done it?" I'm like, "Man, that's pretty humble." Anybody?
Oh, Booster Gold.
First appearance of Booster Gold.
And first appearance of the other guy, too. What's
Blackguard, I think.
Blackguard,
something.
yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yep.
Wasn't that Pete Davidson that played Blackguard?
Yes, it was Pete Davidson. I don't like Pete Davidson, but
Anybody know what this is?
yep. Origin
It's
story of the black suit.
It's like one of those keys that in your sleep you can just know what it is.
That's right.
Yeah.
Second appearance of Julia Carpenter.
And you
dropped
dropped
it, but it landed flat. It's I got nowhere to put these books.
Now
with
it's
the
not a
show.
9.8 anymore.
It's a 9.8.2.
It went up.
This is a great book. I love this cover.
What it?
You ever read this?
No.
Instead of 181, where he didn't kill the Hulk, he kills him in this story.
Wow.
Look at that corner box. Doesn't that look cool? John Byrne art, I think. No, I can't read it. Milestone, first miniseries by Marvel.
Yeah.
And that's such a fun read too.
It is.
Fantastic Champions, yeah.
And when I like John Romita Jr.'s art.
And then what was the second miniseries? Secret Wars. What, newsstand, you say?
Oh, nice.
First appearance of
Oh, what is
Scarlet
something
Glass?
Yeah,
Stained Glass Scarlet.
Yeah.
Newsstand, you say?
Oh, wow.
I also have the Swedish version too.
I like that cover. I like just like
I
the,
know,
the
it's a
film
gorgeous
noir
cover.
kind of element. Yeah.
It is a cigarette smoke.
Who's the art? Who's the artist?
Bill Sienkiewicz.
Oh, first Spider-Ham.
And you got
Can't
Goose
forget
Rider.
Goose Rider.
Yeah, he's the best, man.
Goose Rider.
The Goose Rider.
Hulk Bunny and Captain America.
Yeah, really great.
This goes great with Captain Carrot #1.
Mm.
And the first appearance of Captain Carrot from DC.
Now this, Alan, this is a Canadian price variant newsstand.
Oh, wow.
I always love that vest cover.
My friend Tom, is it Tom Ryan, I think, gave this to me?
I always felt like that
No,
book was
BWD.
overrated.
I think BWD gave this to me. Yeah, this is a hard book to get.
That's when they first get their colors.
Yeah. I found 2 of these at the same flea market for $1.
That book used to be
Wow.
really, really expensive, but it's come down quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it hit $100 for 9.8 or something.
No. It was like $1,000 for it.
Really?
Yeah,
I should have sold mine.
it was crazy.
Frank Miller on the Batman. Year 1.
Yeah. I bought that a graded copy of that because of the spec around the Batman movie.
This is a huge book right here. It's a newsstand.
Oh, nice.
Sweet.
And you noticed the moon, right?
Yeah, I forgot about it. Something about it. What is it?
Top left, he forgot to draw the moon.
Well, he
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
forget
he
to draw
forgot-
it. The
forgot to color
guy
it
that
in.
did the coloring messed up.
Now, see, I never saw that. Now I'm going to see it every time. Thanks a
Yeah.
lot.
The funny thing is they didn't fix it in the first or second or like the reprints. They didn't even fix it. It was only later that they noticed it.
Steve, and I did check. This is 1980.
Cool.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I thought that was 70s. I
Oh,
would have
that's
bought it.
79.
It says 1980 right there. Okay, let's check officially.
It could have been
all
like
you want.
January, and then it would have been actually released in 79.
I mean, I think it's okay as long as the series carries into 1980. You know what I mean?
No, it says 1980.
We
You
can't
can
see
read
that,
it.
but yeah, we'll pretend to see it.
Oh, see,
I believe you. Looks like hieroglyphics from here.
Yeah,
Because
it's
remember the
impossible to read.
criteria, it has to be dated 1980.
I need like a Rosetta Stone.
So, what's the very first comic from the 80s?
Ooh.
January, I don't know, January.
That would be a cool question. And we could, whoever has that, that'd be a cool one to show.
Here's a Charlton, #1,
Oh wow!
1982. I got
It
this
looks
from
it looks like something. It looks like a older style.
Yeah. Read Comics 81, okay. Here, let me do this. So we got Death in the Family.
Was
Nice
it?
high
Come on,
grade.
Mike. We talked about this.
We did?
Yeah.
What did we talk about? I forgot.
Great story.
Oh, that's right. I'll let you tell the story when you go.
All right.
Newsstand.
So do you collect that way, where you try to get the direct and the newsstand of?
If they're $1.
That's a good way of approaching it. That's a great series, though.
Well, let's bring it up right now. Who voted for Robin to die?
All right, I'll let you go into it. I'm done. So
yeah,
then,
tell the story.
We're gonna go backwards now. We'll let Steve go first. We'll go Gary, Matt, and then Alan, and then me.
All right. So we're going to talk about some great stories from the 80s. Of course, we had the death of Robin. Now, it wasn't decided that Robin was going to die. I don't remember.
Hold on a minute now. I forget who was editor. They hated the character, and they wanted to kill him right from the start, but they were talked out of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a 900 number that you would call in the back of the book, and the fans voted. And let me tell you, I must have called, I don't know how many times, for the death of Robin. I was like, repeat.
You're a murderer. Murderer.
You killed him. You killed a kid.
So the editor wanted to. I forget who the editor was. He hated the character, wanted to kill him right off, and he said, "Well, how about then we let the fans decide because everybody was like, no, we can't kill him."
Did anybody else vote in that, or was that just me?
I didn't. I read it, but I didn't never call in.
All right. So
I'm not a killer.
We were talking about great stories. Mike's already showed this, but this is one of the iconic Marvel stories from the 80s. You got the entire run of Secret Wars, but some great things happened in there. And I want to show real quick. I don't think this cover gets enough love. Everybody likes, the black suit Spidey, but this is probably my favorite cover from the entire series.
I didn't pull mine. I thought about it. That's a good cover. Mike Zach.
Yeah. That is my favorite one from the entire run. And if you talk about that, you've got to talk about the iconic DC event, and that would be Crisis on Infinite Earths, where we had crossovers, and we had the death of some iconic characters. Where are we at? There we go.
Supergirl.
Supergirl, the Flash. This was kind of portrayed in the Flash movie that just came out a little bit, I think, And then I'd like to talk about some other great stories.
Okay, let me stop you for a minute. Everybody here and everybody in the chat, who has a full set of that? I do. Gary, Matt?
I do not.
I don't even
Gary?
have an issue with that. That's a hole in my comic collecting.
In the chat, who's got at least 10 issues of the 12? I think I'm missing one, the Flash one.
I bought it as a set, so
I could have bought the Flash, but there was a younger kid who wanted it, and I saw he relented and gave it up. Go ahead, Twisted Sister.
All right. So anyway, the next one, everybody remembers this one. They've already made kind of a movie out of it, and this was the X-Men.
Dang, dude!
I brought that one.
So did I.
You beat me
and
to
then
it.
Nobody could forget the Frank
I
Miller
brought that one too.
On Daredevil.
You're showing the same books that I'm going to show.
Or how about the Tony Stark story?
He was going to show that.
That's a really great
cool
one.
cover. Yeah, I like that cover.
Or
it's a nice winter cover.
Or the iconic. Let me see if I have this in order. I couldn't find all my books, so. All right, here we go.
Oh, I don't
Raven's
have that.
Last
That one issue. Nice.
I'm missing one or two of them, but
I have the 2 you're missing.
I'm missing a bunch from
You
that.
have the 3 I'm missing.
And then one of the writers to change comics in many ways came out with a little series called The Watchmen.
Alan Moore.
and also V for Vendetta.
Yeah, it's a great
Nice.
series.
Been looking for that one. That number one.
Entire run.
Yeah.
Not only did he
Rock
do that,
out, 80s.
I got more with Alan Moore here, but we'll move on to something else. So I did a lot of reading in the 80s, and I got really into the Dragonlance series.
Me too.
But one of the best, where are they? One of the best books that I read in the Dragonlance series was The Test of the Twins. If you've never read this and you like Sword and Sorcery, there are 3 books. I couldn't find my other one. This is about Raceland and Cameron. And they're 2 brothers, opposite polars of each other. One's a fighter. One's a evil wizard, black robe wizard. And he's seeking to become a god. And he needs the help of his brother to do it. And he kind of tricks his brother into it. And they end up battling, basically, for his soul. But this is one of the best Dragonlance series ever.
You freaking nerds, man.
Yeah.
So,
But,
did you guys ever play the video games for Dragonlance? They had like TSR games.
I didn't play any of those myself.
I used to play those all the time.
Now, not all these are from the 80s, but I bought all these in the 80s. This is Stephen King. He was my favorite author that I would read back then. I've read just about everything he's written. And let me tell you, what is that movie with Pennywise? They couldn't put half the stuff that he did in that because there were just some strange things he wrote in that book. And there was no way they were going to show that to anybody on screen. So let's see. I think that's about all I got for story-wise.
All right.
If you want
Well,
to go to somebody else.
Let me break in for the prize giveaway right now.
All right.
And then we'll go to Gary. All right. So first, we're going to do grand prize giveaway. We're at the top of the hour. So real quick, I'm going to show what it is. I got 17 names here. Again, you have first appearance Gargoyle, Ra's al Ghul, I think Denny O'Neil, Jim Aparo, Wonder Woman #1, New Spider-Ham story, key reprints, Grimjack #1, first Grimjack.
Grimjack, that's the series.
Frank Miller.
So we were asking about which series had the first color turtles.
Oh, okay.
Grimjack.
And then you got first Taskmaster, and then you got a nice copy of whatever that is. This one's key. It's signed by the artists. Okay, so let's do this. I got 17 names. I'm going to read them up. I think it's right because I'm showing 20 in the chat. I think that's a couple of us that are in. Immortal, Jerry, Jackson, Roy, Mark Spector, Las Cruces, Schwab 4 Comics, Comic Hero 68, Super Russ, Poor Mike, Collector 6, Charlotte Codwell, Manny the Hobgoblin, Surf Blue, Imperious Flex, Graphic Man, Tom Ryan, Cantonese Kid. Okay, here we go. We're going to do one time. So let me figure this thing out here.
Joey Bag of Sevens is on.
All right, you just made it, man. 18. Joe 4771. Let me put him in here. Oh, how do I do it now? Add or edit name. Okay. If you haven't shown your face and you want to get in on this, the time is now. Okay, he's in. So now we got 18. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and count to 10. If I don't see a new name, we're gonna choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Topanga 9, 10. Here we go. Who's gonna be the grand prize winner? Charlotte Codwell. What the? Steve, your wife won.
I think you ought to pick again, man.
That's fair. She was in the chat and she's there right now. So she won. All right, Charlotte, congratulations. Let me circle her name. Okay. In about 20 minutes, we'll go with 2 people and then we'll do the next giveaway.
I can hear her upstairs, Mike.
Congratulations to Charlotte Caldwell. She was the winner of the grand prize. Okay, Gary,
All right,
What
I'm
you
trying to
got?
determine how much I'm going to show. I don't know if we're going to go 3 rounds or just 2. So,
Hold on, Charlotte would like to thank the Academy. Okay, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
so let's see. So do you know how many we're going there, Mike?
What do you mean? Just go and we'll feel it out.
All right. All right, so let's go with some slabs then for now. So this is a favorite cover of mine. I thought he did the best work on this series over everybody else, and I had to get the Savage She-Hulk 25 done because
Okay.
Oh wow.
Mike Mossberg's work on this series is very underrated.
I
That's a
like
great
that
cover.
series. I actually read that issue. I love
Yeah,
She-Hulk.
I got the whole series over there. I love it.
She-Hulk and Dazzler.
Yep. Then we may have saw this a few minutes ago.
I didn't.
That's a
I
different
thought I
one.
saw you pick that up. All right. What if number 23? This is 1980. A John Buscema, Al Milgrom cover.
Nice. I don't have that one. That's cool. Yeah, that's a cool book. So you get that on the cheap? It's kind of an odd book to slab.
I think I paid $50 for it slabbed.
Nice.
So I got it for fun. This is in a 7.0, not the best grade, but it's first Julia Carpenter.
Yep.
And if anyone knows me, I love all my Spider Women. Jessica Drew is my favorite, though. I only have this in a mid grade, but
Nice.
Hey, you got it.
so we got that. All right, so then this is a reader copy of this. Mike, like you, I also like this cover, although everybody else hates it.
I
Gary,
love
you
panel
like the
covers.
story?
As well.
Oh, nice. Look at that. Surprise, surprise.
Do you like that story, Gary? Have you read it?
I haven't. I like the first couple pages because Jessica Drew saves Captain Marvel, but
Yeah.
they did Captain Marvel Carol Danvers so wrong in those stories.
Yep.
So this is the reprint, and it's an 80 book. But I am a huge fan of Firestar because I love Spider-Man and his
Nice.
amazing friends.
Yeah, I used to watch it.
So that's her first appearance in a 9.2. But it wasn't her. She's one of those characters that has 2 first appearances. So this is her first appearance in continuity. Then,
I'm being educated.
right, I am a huge Conan fan, as everybody knows.
No, you're kidding me.
I
Since
know,
when?
right? And now, it's weird
Jared,
because
hold on. Let me address Jerry's comment. Jerry, just take a pill.
all right, King Conan #1,
Nice.
and I got it.
That's a series you could get out of 50-cent bins.
Yes, and it's great. It's a great read.
I have the whole thing. I've never read any of them yet.
So there we go. I got it graded as well.
You know, I went years and years. It wasn't until like maybe 5 years ago that I had all Conan. I had the whole series and everything, but I never read one. Thinking, you know, it's sword and sorcery. It's not my thing. The first time I read it, I was blown away by how good the stories are.
Yeah, they're incredible. And if you've never read the original Robert E. Howard, so good. First Jubilee.
Oh yeah.
Plus, one of the reasons I got it is I'm a big Dazzler fan, and Dazzler's on the cover.
I still need her first appearance.
And I got to put a new bag on this one. I ripped the bag taking it out. Dazzler #1. I have about 8 copies of this, but this is
I love that cover. I
I
think
have
it's
the Arrow variant too.
Yeah, Digger Jim, there's another giveaway for everybody in a little bit, so you'll be in that one.
Then we have, for those of you that like horror, like I do, we have Alien #1.
Oh.
Nice.
I forgot that was 80's. Yeah.
And also, to go along with it, Predator #1.
Nice.
Very nice.
So, mid grades. And then, let's see, I still got, all right. I got a lot to show still.
Keep it
Well,
coming, like Kiss would say. Keep it coming.
All right, so we showed a little bit of this earlier. we have the 2-issue miniseries of the movie adaptation, Red Sonja.
Oh, nice.
I don't know that.
I'm a sucker for that movie, even though that Brigitte Nielsen's acting is absolutely horrid.
Yeah, it is pretty bad.
Hey, Joe's in.
She switches tones right in the middle of a sentence. Who are you anyway?
I watched
Joe's
that
in
movie
the
about a
house.
month ago. I like it.
Right? A couple of the Conan movies. Man the Destroyer.
Nice.
Nice.
And I don't think a lot of people knew that they had made it into a Marvel Illustrated book as well.
Oh, wow.
That's what I loved about the 80s. It was like the innovation was in full swing.
Right?
For
And then we
comics.
had the movie adaptation.
You know,
Yeah.
if you don't have that, man, in your collection, you got
Right.
problems.
I
And
actually
then,
don't have that in my collection.
You got problems.
Those are great.
Then, of course, we
You
had
need to go on a nice dollar hunt soon.
the Destroyer
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
They really captured Arnold on that one.
and number 2.
Nice.
So we had all those, and then one of my favorite characters created. This will be where I stop after this series. I'll save the rest of them for the next round. One of my favorite characters created by Robert E. Howard is Solomon Kane, and you had this nice 6-issue miniseries.
Oh, yeah, I just picked that up.
I couldn't show the Marvel. That's issue 1. I couldn't show the Marvel premiere one because that was 10 years earlier in 76. So there's issue 2. And these all had different cover artists, and they all did a great job. I mean, the covers are beautiful.
Gary, read the
Great
screen.
story. I remember reading those.
All right. So this is a Sienkiewicz cover for those of you who are big Sienkiewicz fans.
I am. I got some. Ooh, I got some Sienkiewicz.
Who here can tell me who did this cover just by looking at it?
Mignola?
Off of his style, but you can still tell it's him. This is Mike Mignola.
That's what I just said.
Oh, yeah.
So nice moody cover here. And as you guys can tell, I buy a lot of what I love.
Of course, as you should.
And that was that 6-issue mini. So we'll leave it there, and then I'll have a nice I have a nice another round to go.
All right, so we're gonna go over to Matthew. Let me get over there.
Hello. I'm gonna show some DC Comic Presents. They're from the original owner collection. The covers on them are I think are very underrated.
Oh yeah,
This reminds me of like Neil Adams almost.
Yes.
Where he breaks the chains.
Yeah.
And it's a great perspective shot too.
That's why I'm thinking Salman Grundy.
It's weird. I haven't seen these covers before.
This was a really good read. I thought it would be cheesy, but it's pretty good. Captain Comet. I'm not sure when he first appeared, but he is one goofy looking dude. I don't know much about him. And the comic is kind of slapstick funny, like the 60s type of DC comics, but this is my favorite cover of the run besides DC Comics. That's 26 with Black Canary. I got Batgirl, Green Lantern, Robin. This clown always creeps me out. It's like a man's face on a kid's body. I'm not really sure what he was thinking with that one, but still good cover. Wonder Woman. I'm always curious on why, when they fight, why is it always Superman punching and woman's always getting knocked out, even though she's pretty. You know what I mean? It's like, what hit her in this scene besides that magic whip magically going all the way around and hitting her only? It's like the odds of that. Sergeant Rock.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Hawkman. At the Eiffel Tower for some reason. I don't know why they're in France. I read it. very little detail on why they're in France. It just happens to be in France. Elongated Man, which I don't know what he's doing to that poor woman, but
Yeah, he's doing some bondage with her.
I'm not really sure about that. I'm not very PG-13 there. They got the Shazam family.
That's a great one.
I'm not sure when Mary Marvel becomes Black Marvel, when she joins. What's up?
Is that a Don Newton cover?
It.
No, Buckler. Okay.
Yeah, Rick Buckler.
That one.
It looks like they did it in Newton style. That's a good one. I just saw. Pulled that one.
Oh,
I love this cover. I'm not sure when she changes her suit to that t-shirt blouse looking thing, but I'm not a big fan of that whole costume getup compared to.
That was her worst costume.
Look at that. Look at the Death Star in the back.
I think it's the what's his planet he has? His like ship, the death. Oh,
War
that's
World.
the name of it. Yeah.
War World.
And then my second favorite cover, because of the purple, the skull.
That is a good one. Ooh. And look at all the background art. You can't see it.
Yeah, I think it's like almost like a rock behind him. Then I got the first appearance of Raven's father.
Trigon. Yep.
Trigon, yep.
Yeah.
Then got his cameo.
Nice George Perez covers.
First appearance of what's her name? Artemis's sister.
This is Vigilante.
Yeah, and the cat as well. Jade the cat, I think, as well. She's in the Young Justice TV show. What's the movie cover behind this one?
Oh, that's
James
Twins.
Bond?
Twins. Yeah.
Twins with Arnie and
Oh yeah.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah. And I think you need the first appearance of Aliens vs Predator.
Nice.
Cool.
Some beautiful X-Men. I never understood on this one, right? If you look at him, you see how he's grabbing his hand? How could he get his face that close to him if his arm is, you know what I mean? Like, not very proportional to...
Right.
Like,
his shoulder, his arm would be behind his back at that point.
Yeah, so it's kind of like well, I know he's a mutant, but like, he's even more mutant than we think.
Maybe they said you got to get that other arm in there.
Yeah, probably. Apocalypse.
Oh, that was a terrible read.
I saw my number 5 because I couldn't even get through the first page. Then first Lobo is what I got so far.
Nice. Showing all my books, boy.
I'm gonna do some more digging and find some more stuff, but
okay.
I figured I'll show that for now.
Great stuff. Okay, Alan, I'm gonna give away a book, and then you'll go.
All right.
Okay, so this is a giveaway for everybody. Matter of fact, I need to put your names in here. Oh no, where did they go? Okay, I'll let you go. I have to put the names in here, so I'll let you go, and I'll do it after you're done.
So after my round, I'm gonna have to step out, but
okay,
I'm gonna do a cool round. We got some Hobgoblin.
Very cool.
With the tattoos. So, and then I showed this to you guys before. This we discovered this is in the 80s. It's the first Cheryl Blossom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so kind of a key book. That's my giveaway, actually. I'm going to be giving that away at some point. And then we got this one.
Miracle Man.
Yeah, the death of, what's his name? Death of Miracle Man. Kid Miracle Man, yeah. So, yeah, brutal death.
Yeah.
And
Nice
I did bring one movie. This is actually an 80s copy, too. From 1980. This is an 80s VHS copy.
And I always love that poster art on that one.
It's really great.
Oh, it is.
It's beautiful. And, yeah, to see Yoda on the back, too.
Yeah, I know you long for the times when the cinema was that great.
Yeah.
It was such a short time ago.
And then we got...
yeah, that book, I gave mine away, and I didn't want to pay to get it back.
Right. Mine got water damaged.
The funny thing is I bought a cheap copy, and then it became hot. And then I was like, oh, okay. Then it dropped in price a lot. And then I picked up this one almost not I didn't really pay. I think it was like $80 or something like that. So not too bad. And this is one of the coolest Spider-Man covers.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, John.
I always
Byrne.
like these negative space ones.
What's the other one that ties with that one? Is it Amazing Spider-Man?
I don't know.
Spider Woman had one too back in the day.
I only knew about this one actually.
Yeah, the original Spider Woman run had one.
Oh really? I'll
Yep.
have to look for that. And there's another cool one.
Yeah.
$2.99. This is actually the first appearance of Venom.
The
Right.
hand.
Right in that
Like-
right in that back panel when he's
Yeah. So actually, Todd McFarlane meant this to be the first appearance of Venom, but somehow this other book got the credit.
Just a cooler cover.
Yeah, this is a cooler cover.
I remember when that came out. Within a week, it went up to like $5-10, and I refused to pay that much for that stupid book.
Yeah.
Now I kick myself.
Yeah.
Now you go out and buy all the books.
Then I brought another cool 80s book.
Next.
Pay to write a bill.
Favorite adult.
Pay to write a bill.
And you showed Mr. Fix-It. This is his first appearance.
Oh, I need that.
Isn't that cool first appearance? Like kind
It
of a
is.
good girl art, mafia
Nice.
kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
Hulk with 2 women on his arms.
Yeah, it's like really great.
What the heck?
And then we got some Daredevil.
Yep. Oh, I just got that book. I
This
finally
is what's
found
her
it.
name's first appearance.
I found it in a dollar bin. Finally.
Typhoid Mary.
oh
And then somebody else showed this, but I'll show it too. Death of
Yeah,
Elektra.
great Frank
Yes.
Miller.
And grab some more. We got. This is the only appearance of MODOK's, the female version.
oh wow.
So if you ever want to get the female version, this is it. It's Hulk 290.
Anybody remember what MODOK stands for?
So,
Wait,
mechanic.
mechanized. Isn't it? What does it stand for?
Is it on there?
No.
I don't know. Do you
Oh,
know,
mechanic
Steve?
organism designed only for killing, I think.
Yeah,
I
something
think
only for killing. Yeah,
Yes.
designed for only.
Alan, let me
killing.
ask you a question. Is that a good girl cover
I
or a
don't
bad
think so.
bad girl cover?
Maybe bad girl, really ugly bad girl. Bad. But I got some good girl cover. Here's a good girl cover.
Oh yeah, binary.
Binary.
Oh yeah,
And-
I'll date her.
And we got
She's
some
hot.
more.
She's hot.
We got the Dazzler.
Is that
That's
the
a
error
beauty.
copy?
Is this my error copy? Yeah, this is the error copy.
So Galactus is blue on one panel
Yeah,
or something?
yeah, it's messed up color thing. So then we got, you guys showed this already, but I'll show it too.
Did you like the movie?
Yeah, I actually really liked it.
I did. I liked it.
Really like that. And wait, I got some more. Got, I think this is, first solo Wolverine story, right?
Yeah.
And you said first Dazzler appearance.
Oh yeah,
But that's not 80s.
It is 80s.
it is 1980. I think.
It's
Oh,
February
wow.
1980. Barely makes it, but it is 1980.
Oh, I forgot to pull mine out. I have mine signed by Jim Shooter.
Okay, well,
I got it in
showing
my
off.
get graded file.
Mine's not that great, but and then we got first Kitty Pryde and Emma Frost.
Yes.
Nice. Love those like full detail covers. Like that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool cover. And one sec, I gotta bend over and grab some more. We got first Jubilee.
Hold on.
What?
Comic Creator has Dazzler number 11 as an error, or is it, or number 1?
It's number 1. Number 1.
I think he meant to type number 1.
Yeah. And the stack is getting very high. Hopefully it doesn't fall. And then we got
Mr. Sinestro.
Mr.
Sinister.
Sinister.
I always want to say Sinestro every time.
I know I messed it up so many times when I tried to tell about this book. I messed up his name. But Mr. Sinister. And then this is really 80s.
Oh yeah, Excalibur, Alan Davis art. Great.
This
great
is actually
art.
such a cheap book.
I know the art is so good in there.
Yeah, it's like so cool.
We got you, curator. We know what you meant.
And we got, I believe this is her first appearance. First appearance of the Serpent Society. I think they're going to play a major role in the next Captain America movie. Serpent Society. And this is the first, I believe this is the first Forager cover.
I don't know who that is.
Pretty sure. Just yeah, it was a character that there was some spec on or something. And
oh yeah,
I thought this was a cool cover.
Yeah, definitely. Great series.
Yeah.
I was picking that up when it was coming out.
Okay, wait. And some Jack Kirby greatness. Captain Victory.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't check mine. I thought it was like 1991 or something.
So this is 1981.
Right.
So makes the cut.
Yep.
And one last one I'll show. This is not a big book, but it's kind of cool.
Oh yeah. I couldn't find my Fanfare 1.
I have like multiple copies. I kept on buying Fanfare 1 for some reason. I don't know why.
I pick it up too every time I see it. It's such a good affordable book. Those first 4 issues.
Yeah.
Michael Golden, and I found one in the dollar bin with Michael Golden's signature on it.
This one, I don't know. This one's the weird sort of mutated Spider-Man. I'm not sure if you can see that.
I haven't seen. Yeah, but I've never seen that one before. That's cool.
Yeah, actually, it's a weird back cover too.
I know they all have wraparound covers. Yeah. No ads.
Yeah, I love that series.
It's not a wraparound. It's just a different thing on the back.
Well, it's got a picture on the back cover. But most of them had wraparounds.
And that's it. That's it for today.
Okay, Alan, just stick around thank you for being on, man. I love you, brother. I'm always glad when you can participate. You're cool as hell. I love hanging out with you.
Okay, thanks.
So stick around just for a second. I'm going to do this book here for giveaway. You're included in this.
Cool.
So this is a high grade copy of Daredevil, but of Bullseye third appearance. So I got everybody in here, even the host and the guests. So I'm going to do 3 times, and whoever on the third time is going to be the winner. So 1, 2, and 3. Immortal Biggie Shack, you won.
Oh wow!
Brother. I don't know. You can't see the thing. Immortal. So Immortal Biggie Shack wins this. So I'll contact him later. Alan, I got you in here. I'm doing the guest giveaway at the end.
Okay.
But if you win, I'll just contact you.
Okay.
So thank you for.
Thanks, guys.
Alan, check out Spider-Woman 39 for that negative space variant.
I will definitely look up that book. Spider-Woman 39. Okay. Thanks again, guys. Bye.
All right, so it's Michael. Thanks, Alan. Have a good night, man. All right, guys. So I'm up. What do I got? So I got second appearance of Betty Ray Bill, newsstand, and first appearance, newsstand. Nice high-grade copies of those. This is where you yeah! Electro Assassin number 4, Bill Sienkiewicz. Number 3.
I never saw that cover before.
Number 3.
Very nice. That dude's got so many different styles he can do.
Number 2.
like that cover.
And number 1.
Nice.
Look at those legs. They just go on forever.
That's a big gun.
Can you imagine if she got done killing whoever she had, and then she comes home, walks in, say, "Honey, I'm home, baby. Come to sweetie." I'll be like, I'm there. Come to sweetie.
You just wouldn't want to disappoint her, Mike.
And I wouldn't. Who does this cover?
I have never seen that.
Frank somebody. Frank Frazetta. Viking Heroes #1, summer special.
That is, I gotta write that down.
Dollar bin fine.
Oh,
What year?
Great dollar bin
1988. Oh, I found this in Ohio when I was visiting Steve
Viking Heroes.
at Maverick for $1.
All right, written down.
All right. Spider Ham anniversary cover.
Nice.
I never saw the Spider Ham one.
Black Mask.
That's an underpriced book.
I don't like the cover. Teen Titans #1. Marv Wolfman, George Perez. I remember when this came out, it was so hot. And first appearance of Mr. E in Secrets of Haunted House 31.
Ooh, nice.
Mr. E.
Man, I miss those old horror series. I wish they'd bring them back. Ooh.
Movie adaptation. Time Bandits. I've seen this movie I don't know how many times. I love this movie.
Well, yeah, Terry Gilliam movie, right?
I don't know. You're gonna make me read that little
No.
Hamu something Mav Films. Oh, I have this, the official price guide of science fiction and comic and science fiction books, 1981.
Oh, nice.
You're basically your Overstreet ripoff.
Oh, good John Buscema cover there.
And this was a nice find. I paid $10 for this newsstand, high grade, and it's a Mark Jewelers.
Oh, there you go.
From 88. I quickly texted Roger and I'm like, I didn't know they had Mark Jewelers this late. He's like, oh yeah.
When did Mark Jewelers stop?
I don't know.
Oh,
Todd McFarlane cover. So it's got the trifecta. Let's see what this guy
I got a Mark Jewelers McFarlane too, but it's the Conan cover he did.
Oh yeah. So we saw that one already.
Nice.
Get a good look. Dave Stevens. I'm glad Alan said this is a hard one to get because I got it.
It's a great cover.
This has Alex Toth art inside.
Ooh.
First Lobo.
The main man.
Let me move this here. What is this? What else do I got? So this was shown already. How about that one?
Oh no, I like Cloak and Dagger.
How about that one?
Yep.
I'm trying to find Heathcliff, but no one has one.
I think I have that one. I think it might be in here.
It would be nice to know how many there were. I don't know.
Black First Dark Horse. First appearance Concrete. This book is solid.
Solid like a rock. Oh, you're gonna have that song stuck in my head now.
What is this? First appearance of the Justice League Dark.
Oh.
Alan Moore. And then we have First unofficial team appearance of the Justice League Dark, death of Gavani, Zatara, and somebody else. And what is this one? Crossover with Batman, Hawkman, Phantom Stranger, Alan Moore scripts, Crisis crossover.
Just great covers on those. Oh, nice.
Death of Ned Leeds, the Hobgoblin. This is the reprinting of Hulk 181 from the 80s.
What is that book? I can't see.
The Incredible Hulk
Oh,
and
yeah,
Wolverine.
about that.
Yeah, do you have this one?
No.
Okay, get ready, Gary, because I got some right here that are for you.
Oh yeah, I got those too. Those are nice.
Oh man, she was so beautiful.
Oh yeah, Tanya Roberts was
Yep.
gorgeous.
I know, I can't believe she passed away.
What was
Mike
that?
Zed.
What was that other movie she was in?
What, Beastmaster?
Yes, Beastmaster.
Well, I got some of these keys. First appearance of Blaster, Power Glide, Cosmo, Sea Spray, Warpath, Beachcomber, Preceptor, Strax, Kickback, Bombshell, Shrapnel, Dirge, and Ramjet.
Did you guys see the Transformers movie?
I haven't
Yeah.
yet.
No, the new one? No.
No, the cartoon.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was great.
I have not.
How about this one?
Oh
Oh,
wow.
that's a nice one.
This one's a send-off for slabbing. Then how about this? Terraformers, Shapers of Worlds #1, Wonder Color Comics, 1987.
Well, never heard of that one.
It's an indie. I'd never heard of it. I saw it. I'm like, man, I gotta have that. What is this a homage of?
Yeah, twins.
Is that what it is? Twins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was twins.
How about this one? First, John Walker
Right?
as Super
25th
Patriot.
anniversary special.
When these books were getting hot, all these Captain Americas, I'm like, I got that, I got that, I got that. Killer Croc.
First cover appearance.
First full cover appearance and origin.
That's a great cover. It's got all the bad guys on it.
The Rogue Gallery.
Yep.
How about this? Saga. Swamp
Ooh.
Thing, #4. Too bad number 3, 2, and 1 were in the 70s. I love these dollar books. They're like right at the 1980 mark, 1979.
Nice.
The Jedi.
How about this?
Oh yeah, I got that.
Oh,
Buckaroo
wow.
Banzai. I
I
picked up
think
those for $1 each.
the 80s were probably the first era of comics that had like numerous movie adaptions. I mean, there weren't
Right.
that Marvel had that series before, but they were just everybody was putting them out.
Did you guys watch the Buckaroo Banzai movie?
I don't know if
Oh
I
yeah,
did.
I haven't seen it in about 20 years. I need to watch it again.
I watched it a couple months ago.
Another movie adaptation.
Batman.
Now check this out. So I got this, right? Mike Zack,
Yep.
Right?
Craven. What the #3? Spider-Ham and
Oh, yeah.
Raven the Hunter.
Oh, nice.
I like that.
What a great homage that is.
Yeah.
This book is probably just a penny book, and it's so cool.
Right?
I
I
want to
get
get
it.
one in high grade.
I gotta find one of those. I like that.
This is the 5th appearance of Spider-Ham. But
Is
Yeah,
it the first appearance of what's his name? The Raven?
I don't know. Raven the Hunter. Okay, I'm about to wrap it up a little bit here. Mandalorian.
Oh, Boba Fett. Yeah.
No, that's Mandalorian. Oh, that's Origin of Boba Fett, though, isn't it? But that's Mandalorian on the cover. First appearance of Rocket Rabbit. Reintroduction of the Question, the Blue Beetle. Charlton Comics on their last leg. Oh, yeah, so you showed that one.
Yep.
But you didn't show this one. First appearance of Creature Commandos.
Nope, I did
Ooh.
not.
This is a great series, especially when they were the main feature.
Right.
I have a bunch, but I didn't want to bring them all out. Number 1,
Love
Oh,
that.
Twisty
nice.
Tail. Who does that cover? I don't even know that. Who? Jocko?
That's amazing, though.
He is light. There we go. Yeah. It looks like Evil Dead too.
Yep.
Okay, let
Got
me
me
see.
writing down
here.
another one, Mike.
This is the first appearance of what? Anybody know? First Gene Colan on Wonder Woman, but it's also the first something. The first WW on her chest.
Oh.
You just made that up.
No, it's the key. Check it out. I didn't even know when I got this book out, I wanted to check it for something, and I saw that. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Look,
so
Did they
there's-
explain why?
Gene Colan took over. It was a new era. Like they were like trying to just make her a little bit more different, so that I guess sales were slumping or something. I don't know. This was like 1982. Anyways, let me see here really quick. I'll show this last one and then I'll pass it on.
Nice.
First
Oh, very
appearance. This
nice.
is Moon Knight after the Marvel Spotlight 2-issue run. This is before his first
Hey, that's a
issue.
pricey little book there.
That's
I got this as an AOK from Steve Ogden, Charlton 66.
Nice.
All right. Now who's next? Steve?
I think
Or-
so.
All right.
All right. Before I get into trouble, I'm going to start showing some things my wife brought down.
Aw.
She,
And they're from the 80s, right?
yeah, she said in the 80s, these were very collectible, precious moments. from
Oh,
Kmart.
yeah. I remember those.
And then she brought
From
me this.
Kmart.
She said I guess she got this, or her parents might have got this from the show in the 80s. Siegfried and Roy
Mm.
with the Tigers.
Yeah, I remember
Dragon, man.
they were making TV appearances everywhere.
Yeah.
Like them and David Copperfield and Gallagher.
There was a funny little show from the 80s, and I like this just because it's kind of like a Halloween cover. This is Alf number 11.
Oh, nice.
Like
I
how he
couldn't
made
find
himself a pumpkin.
My brothers watch that show religiously.
And I've heard talk of Spider Woman here. This is one I really love this cover. This is Spider Woman number 50. I think
Yeah.
is
good
that the
photo.
last one in the run? I think.
I don't know.
Not sure.
Yeah, is that number 50 is the last one?
Yeah.
Because the issue before that's the her and Tiger cover.
Okay. And then here's one of my favorite G.I. Joe covers, just because it had Snake Eyes and Storm
Oh,
Shadow
yeah.
on there together.
Did any of you have a crush on Electra Woman or Dyna Girl?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show this. This thing has been played with hard. Does anybody have a clue who this is? I mean, it's been played with hard.
Ratchet
Yeah,
Leia.
Princess Leia,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, look at that hair, man. I don't know what my wife was doing with her dolls back then.
She
but
fell
they
into the
were rough.
Sarlacc pit.
She had three brothers, so maybe they got a hold of this. And
She's really tanned.
all right, let's see what else. Oh, I like this, but I got this for $5. I thought it was pretty cool. Nobody really talks about this group, but they're a fun group. Alpha Flight.
Oh,
Alan
yeah.
left, but this is, the Canadian group. And it is signed. This was in a box of signed stuff, but that's John Byrne's signature, I guess, right there.
Beautiful. I love that issue. I love Alpha Flight.
Now, my wife has bought a couple comics, and she was specking at one time because she watched all the videos, and she's like, I'm gonna buy something and sell it later. And she bought this one, and I hid it from her. And as soon as I show it, I'm going to put it away so she can't find it. This is the first appearance of Madam Web.
Ooh.
And she's
Awesome.
watching right now.
Yep, I'm going to put it away. She ain't going to find it. I got about 7,000 comics down here. She ain't getting it back. And then I loved this show when I was younger.
Nice.
The
Yes.
Transformers. Loved watching that. And G.I. Joe. And then something I wanted to go over, we were talking about already, all these movie specials that Marvel loved doing. And, of course, we got one of my favorite is Conan the Barbarian. I love Sword and Sorcery. Got 3 copies of number 2 there. And then Marvel also like to do these magazine-sized movie specials.
And they're beautiful.
They are. Some more
Read
movies
this.
here.
Read this screen. Is that some kind of inside joke?
That's oh yeah. Well, my daughter's at OSU right
Oh,
now.
okay.
She's a sophomore, and we need to pay bills.
Oh, she wants to
said
sell you
this one on
Madeline.
eBay, but I don't think so. So this is another.
That was
really,
a cool movie. I love that movie.
Yeah, I love that movie, and I don't know who that girl was, but I thought she was gorgeous.
What was the
What's that,
castle?
Anthony?
The castle would stay in one place for only 24 hours, and then it would move.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite watches.
He had that cool weapon.
And this is another Sword and Sorcery movie that I
Yep.
loved back then, Dragon Slayer.
Wasn't that Disney?
Yep.
If it was, there was a nudity scene in this. I don't know if anybody remembers, but
I do. Yep.
spoiler: there's a boy that ends up being a girl in hiding because they're raffling off women to the dragon to
And
to
Peter
keep it,
McNichol was
happy.
spying on her.
yeah. And then Mike already showed this. I love this movie from the 80s, Time Bandits. And then I love sci-fi too, so I don't have the number 1, but I love that cover, 2010.
Oh yeah, I don't have that.
Another sci-fi movie, Star Trek.
Oh yeah, I didn't pull mine.
And then we talked about some sci-fi TV show. I got a couple of these. I loved V.
Oh yeah, V was so good.
They brought
I
it
never
back
watched
a couple
it.
years ago, huh?
They
I
did.
never watched it.
Yeah, they brought it back a couple years ago with kind of like a different storyline, but a little similar, and it was really good. And I got a little upset when it went off the air, to be honest.
Right.
I was into it.
And it's always nice seeing Morena Baccarin.
Oh, I love her. She is gorgeous. And then this guy, he was an action guy. But I don't know how many people remember he was an action guy. I'm talking about Harrison Ford,
Oh yeah,
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I love that cover.
And he was in Temple of Doom and Blade Runner, man.
Temple of Doom is my favorite indie movie.
Is
Yeah,
it?
man.
So many people don't like that one, and it's my absolute favorite.
I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. I love that one. And then I'll just show some other cool stuff I got here. I got first Dark Phoenix.
Nice.
And then everybody knows what that is, Boba Fett. I got this for like $10 because it's missing the corner down here. So
Nice.
obviously low grade, and then I love this Dazzler. I think her series is underrated because they had a lot of guest appearances from some great characters.
They did.
And big villains.
Carax's butt.
Yeah. And then in the 80s, I used to love, like I said, I love sci-fi, so I was a big Doctor Who fan.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see mine.
I've been watching that since the 80s, and I've watched almost every iteration of Doctor Who there is.
Even the female.
Yeah. I thought she was pretty good. I watched her from another show called Broadchurch, and I really liked her in that. And then everybody's shown this so far. I love that Web of Spider-Man cover. Let's see. Did I have anything
I
else?
prefer his legs to be closed on the cover centers.
I don't think anybody's shown this guy yet, but Weapon X.
Don't you dare.
Barry Windsor Smith run on
That's a good
Marvel
one.
Comics Presents. That was great. And then I got about 3 or 4 of these. I was just waiting for these to go up one day. And I bought one and opened it up and found out that the letter had signed it on the interior page. Which back in the 80s, I guess they, instead of signing the cover, sometimes they would sign it on the interior.
Oh, yeah.
First cameo of John Constantine. Suicide Squad.
Er?
2 more copies of that Wolverine. And then this is first appearance and of
Bill Kinsevich covers too.
yeah, of what's his name? John Haller or whatever his name was.
Bear?
Huh?
Is it Bear?
No, this is oh god, Professor X's son. I can't remember.
Legion?
Legion, yes.
I don't even know how I knew that.
Hey, look, another copy of Wolverine #1.
Dang.
And then that cover.
That's a killer book. That's a
Killer
killer cover,
rock.
dude. Killer cover, dude.
And then I'm a Conan fan as well. There's a book from the 80s, Savage Sword.
Oh yeah.
What else we got?
That's
We
a
got
great
Punisher magazine. I don't remember seeing a lot of magazines, but I got some epics.
There you go, #1. Those are epic, dude.
These are epic, man.
Trippendicular, man.
Oh,
And I almost pulled out a couple 1994s and 84. Yeah.
That's probably my last bit here. I figured I'd show some. In the 80s, they had a lot of different publishers out there that people don't remember. There's Thunder Bunny from Red Circle. And some good horror stuff with Twisted Tales.
Oh, yeah.
This may be my favorite Twisted Tales cover right here. I love that one.
Oh wow. So you guys are teasing me with the Twisted Tail stuff. You guys are gonna have me down a rabbit
And
hole.
there's
Isn't one of them
earlier.
done by Dave Stevens?
Yes. I forget what number it is.
And then that was PC is the publisher. This one's Eclipse Comics, 3D Alien
Nice.
Terror.
Yeah.
Alien Counters. This dude's
This
going
is-
to get probed or something, man.
This is the stuff I love.
He's
the
going to
80s,
get the old finger.
these indies, they're so cool. There's so many of them.
Oh, some more Twisted Tail. Well, there's another copy of that one. And then this one's really cool. He's carrying around these heads, man.
Wow.
There's another Twisted Tales.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is a great cover, too. This is nice Halloween because it's got a scarecrow on it. This is Tales of Terror. And then I believe somebody already showed this one, Alien Encounters.
That's beautiful though.
And then Tales of Terror again.
Oh, that's cool.
And another one
I didn't even
from
know you
DC,
had these.
Demon Dreams.
Oh wow. Very Nosferatu like on that one.
Yeah, and this one's from Kitchen Sink. This is a pretty violent cover. This is called Death Rattle. Dark Horse here, Mr. Monster. And then I'll probably end here. This is an homage to a famous horror movie on Justice League of America #27.
Oh nice. The Exorcist, huh?
Yeah, The Exorcist. Love that cover.
Nice.
All right, man. I think that's all I got. I got more stuff, but I mean, that's all I got.
All right. So we're going to go to Matthew and then we'll go to you, Gary.
All right, sounds great.
Hello? Alien Rolls. No one really showed this one either.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
Dave Stevens. It's Cheeto? Chino? Yeah. I think it's Chino. Yeah, Chico. For the girl.
Yeah, great cover.
Great cover. First appearance of Mongol.
Oh, yeah. I remember when that book was hot and I'd ask dealers, why is that book so much? And they couldn't tell me.
First Mongol. He
Yeah,
was
but-
in the Young Justice that was canceled, so it didn't go anywhere. Hawkman with Hard Girl, I meant. That costume I like better than her Golden Age costume. Unpopular
Steve,
opinion.
Steve, your wife's asking you a question.
Electra.
First Man-Bat with 2 atomic skulls, which I never understood why. First Black Star.
Oh, yeah, that's a great cover.
The continuation of the running. The race between Flash and
Wait,
Superman.
that's not 80s.
80s? Wait, what year is this?
79.
Oh, it's
I have the Whitman. Get it out of there.
This is 1989. It's Torchy, number 1.
Oh, nice.
Is that reprinting Torchy? Is that a new story?
It's a new series, but reprinting the Golden Age headers.
Okay.
Oh, that's innovation.
Yeah.
Wow, I've never seen that before.
I think this is a great cover.
Oh, that is. Those Perez, is that Perez? Yeah, those are all.
Yeah.
Even that Justice League run that he did.
The Raven.
Yeah, I've been trying to find that spotlight with her issue, and in a high grade and a dollar bin. That's
Impossible.
Yeah.
This is a great cover.
Oh yeah.
Beast Boy. Oh my God, is it Wonder Girl? I think Raven.
Yeah.
First Bloodsport.
Nice. Yeah, I found a bunch of those when it got hot. I'm like, let me go to the shop real quick.
Yeah, this was inside the dollar bin. I couldn't say no to it.
There's also a DC Universe logo one. I think I have it.
My favorite cover outside of number 2.
Oh, yeah.
The Jungle with the Light with Doom Patrol. Then
Those
I
were
got
coming out right when I was buying comics.
this one's a little tacky, considering he's in the story. He freezes them, and Beast Boy has to save them, even though his power is only freezing people that he looks at. Even though clearly he could do something about it. Miracle Man. Second appearance of Deathstroke. And the last book I got is Firestorm.
Oh, nice.
That's all I got. I'm tapped out of 80s books now.
Oh wow.
Good books, though.
Thank you.
A lot of fun. Great covers.
It was a pleasure
Thank you.
to see your collection.
Thank you.
Are you sticking around?
I'm gonna head out, but I had fun. We gotta do more of like Silver Age, Golden Age. Hit me up.
Are you the one that was
definitely.
showing the wings, kind of like air wings or ace wings or something like that?
Oh, you mean the Flying Aces? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I have a lot of those.
Okay, yeah, those are some great looking covers and books.
I'll show them when we do a World War II one, because they are full of World War II Schomburg goodness. But thank you, Mr. Night Tiger.
All right, man. Thank you.
Hey, man.
Have a good night. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right, Gary, you're up.
All right, I got a big last round here, so we're just going to get to it. First up, this is a title, but the TV show my son and I really bonded over because my son's a really retro kid, and I can't show the DVDs because he has them with him right now. But this is Alf #1 in newsstand and direct.
Nice.
So
Very
I'm
cool.
gonna send one of the. Oh, Steve! Before I wanted to show Steve this book. I love. If you're a Barbarian fan, you need this book. It has a list of all the '80s movies and talks about them.
Oh, wow. But what is that?
Barbarians at the Gates
Barbarian
of
verse?
Hollywood. You'll love it, dude. It's so full of information. One of my favorite characters is, of course, Carol Danvers, and I had to get her binary. I got it in direct and newsstand. So just Carol Danvers, I've always just loved that character. This was the Avengers 200, where they just treated her really bad.
Oh, yeah.
And
What a horrible story, man.
early Perez. Cover.
And this artist is really hit or miss for me. And I know he did a lot of Conan. I hated his King Conan covers. But Michael Kaluta, sometimes he's good and he's perfect. Other times I can't even stand looking at his stuff. But this cover is my favorite cover of his.
Oh yeah, I love that cover.
Yep.
Just love this one. And of course we have Spectacular with the black cat, issue 90 in the black suit.
Yep.
And I got that in newsstand and direct. Then we have, just because this is fun and I like the dark stuff, Demon.
Oh, yeah.
Mini. Great covers.
So you like horror series, or you just like the like darker side of?
I'm a big horror guy. I've read Clive Barker my whole life. Clive Barker is my favorite author, and I started reading him when I was 11.
Yeah.
All right, so these next ones are niche, and it speaks to something you were speaking of, Steve. I love collecting things from companies that used to be around. Like I really wanted to show my Iron Jaws and stuff like that, but those are all 70s. The Scorpion, all those Atlas Seaboard comics. But this company, well, first you have this 3D book from Eclipse, 1986.
Wow.
But I'm a big fan of Blackthorn Publishing, and you had these 3D books that they did, Red Sonja 3D.
Awesome.
Then you had Cull 3D,
Wow.
and then you had another Cull 3D, a different one.
What publisher was that?
Blackthorn Publishing. Then you had Solomon Kane 3D.
Wow.
Great. I love this series, and nobody knows about it. I did a whole Savage Saturday comic review on it. Salimba, #1. And the cool thing about the Salimba ones,
Wrap
Oh, wow.
covers. Nice.
great little read. And then we had Salimba #2.
See, I prefer my Jungle Girls with dark skin.
And let's show you the wraparound cover on this one.
I think they look much more sexy and exotic.
Mike, you would love these. There's 2 issues, plus they did 2 graphic novels, and one of them has a new prose story in it. But great little piece of comic history. I love the Salimba books. Then we have from Blackthorn Publishing, Werewolf 3D.
Oh wow.
Now you're speaking
And-
to Steve.
For you Arnie fans, Red Heat 3D.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool. That's
And-
probably the only movie adaptation there is of that movie.
Was that
I
one of
think
his?
so. Waxwork 3D.
I want that one.
No.
That Red Heat. That was a
Red
great
Heat?
movie. That was a great movie.
Brave Star 3D.
Wow, dude, did you get these in a lot?
No, I put them together over time.
So you like, this is what I'm looking for.
I actively sought them out. Yeah,
I'm gonna
It
be
started
looking
out
for
with the
those.
Robert E. Howard ones.
I'm looking for those.
And then, of
next
course,
weekend.
my first Dazzler signed by Jim Shooter.
Very nice.
But then you have the Dazzler graphic novel.
Mhm. I have a video that I made about her origin. You know, that's related to Kiss.
Wait a minute. That said the movie. Was there a movie?
No, it fit in with the regular series.
Oh,
But
okay.
then you were talking about Indiana Jones earlier. Here's his first appearance.
Oh wow. That's cool. I love that.
Then, of course, a little John Byrne She-Hulk.
Oh yeah.
Now, I love the Marvel graphic novels. We were talking about Dragon Slayer. I had the comic too, but I didn't take those out.
See,
I
what I
don't
like
think I've
watch.
ever seen that one.
What I like about your channel is you're a magazine guy, so I get to see stuff I don't collect.
Right?
But that's cool. But it's cool.
Arena, Bruce Jones. A great little horror story. If any of you who've never heard of it.
Bruce Jones, he does the Pacific Comics, the Twisted Tales.
Oh, yeah. Plus, I have a few of his Conan stories. I have his signature on a few Conan slabs. Kill Raven.
Sweet.
We're getting there, guys. We brought up Dave Cockrum a few times tonight.
Oh yeah, I have that. It looks just like the X-Men.
Right. Another cool one, Void Indigo.
Oh, nice. See, I've never seen this stuff.
Me neither.
And then, we got Crow.
Oh yeah. What was her name again?
I never see issue
Pat
2.
Anthony.
I always see issue 1, but never 2.
And then,
Nice.
Man, I want to go back and watch that movie, Red Heat, Time
And then-
Bandits.
this is one of my favorite cover artists, especially in Savage Sword. He's my favorite Savage Sword cover artist is Earl Norham. And this is a little known cover he did with a John Buscema story by John Buscema and Doug Munch. Merlin.
Oh yeah, I have that,
wow.
dude. I've never read it though.
It's good. You should read it. It's pretty good.
That's a beautiful cover.
It is. Earl Norm's incredible. And then I'm just going to show this series real quick because I thought it was one of the fun series from back in the day. So we got Bizarre Adventures 2.
I got the first one, Bizarre Adventures.
I need to get that one still.
Nice.
Yeah.
Then we have a fun one here, 28.
Oh yeah, I think I used to have that one. It's a great
Yep.
cover. There was some great covers on there.
Right? This is
The
the
one-
first appearance of the Varney, the vampire race.
Oh, wow.
Steve, you need that.
And then we were talking about Cull the Destroyer earlier.
Yep. Nice. I have that. I
And
didn't
then
pull
one
it
of
in
my
bag.
favorite reads from back in the day, and I just read this again last year, is Murata the She-Wolf.
Oh, cool. Wow, I never heard of that.
Me neither.
Oh, fantastic. All right, and that is it for me.
Okay, so are you out of here or are you gonna stick around?
Oh, I'm going to hang out with you.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the giveaway for all the guests. So here we go. So I'm not gonna go through it, but this is just for the guests only. So I got Alan, I got Black Sheep, I got Gary B, and I got Steve Codwell. And here we go. Wait, what? Okay, here we go. And Black Sheep is the winner. Congratulations,
All
Matthew. Okay, so he gets that prize package, which is over here. I'm going to just get it out of the way. Okay, and I am up. Peoples.
So, Mike,
Yes.
before you go,
I'm not going
I
anywhere.
will. I'm going to set this aside for you, and I'll send it out to you.
What's that? Which one?
The Red Heat.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Oh, man, I appreciate that.
It'll mean more to you than it means to me. So
Oh,
I'll
nice.
okay this to you.
Oh, man, you're so sweet. I
Hey,
can't
Mike.
kiss you, though.
Mike,
Yes.
I'm going to have to drop out, man.
Do what?
Yeah.
My brother.
All right. I know we're going to have a part 2 of this, right?
Well, I was going to go ahead and go for one more hour and show everything I got.
Woo.
Come on, man. We can do it. We don't do this very often.
I know, but I got to drop out, brother.
Oh, you got family?
I got a concert to get ready for.
I can't tell if you're kidding or you're serious.
I really got to go, but
All right. Well, I'm going to hang out. I'm going to show a little bit more. We got 16 people here, but I appreciate you, man.
yeah, it was fun hanging out with you guys. Good seeing all your cool stuff, Gary. That was
Oh,
awesome.
thanks. You too, bud.
All right. Well, I'll see you
All
guys.
right, brother. Take care. We
Thanks.
love you. All right.
One of those demons has an heir. Ooh, what's the heir?
All right. So Gary's posing the question, what's the error to that demon?
Right, because I just picked up the series, so I don't know what the heir is.
All right, well, let me I could go like this, and that way you could get some reaction from you side by side. But stuff, I don't think Steve showed his.
Oh, nice.
I actually gifted one of these to us. Who was it? Life with Two YouTubers, Sharon. You know her?
Yeah, I've heard of her. Oh,
And
nice.
I just gave one of these away. This is one I picked up upgrade a while back. And then, like we said, Marvel Fanfare, some nice George Perez. Have you read this?
No, I need to get 10 and 11.
There's one panel where she's in their apartment. She's coming out before she goes in the shower. She's just her regular self. And then the next panel she comes out, he drew her like huge, like buff. It's really weird. Just that one panel. Remember this?
Oh, yeah, Gotham by Gaslight.
First Elseworlds. First Elseworlds unofficially. This was pretty cool. Archie Goodwin, Walter Simonson's The Manhunter.
Ooh, yeah, that is cool.
I think it's 87.
I love the covers on that.
Then we just got some Poison Ivy. There's an air. Lewis's Fox appears as a white man and Poison Ivy's bikini costume debut.
Oh, I've never seen that cover.
367, 1984.
Thank you, curator. I just saw the air.
And then just another Poison Ivy issue
Oh, that's a great one.
with a Venus flytrap. Swamp Thing #1 from the second series. This was good when I started reading this off the newsstand.
Yep, the thriller homage.
And what is this? Dark Phoenix Saga Part 9.
Nice.
The Phoenix Must Die. I paid $3 for this at the flea market.
Oh, you can't beat that.
What's this? First Wolverine versus the Punisher. Found this for $1 recently.
Nice, man. That new Frank Miller cover was so bad.
Oh, we got Captain Strangelove. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Anybody wants to show their 80s material, they're welcome to come on. At one point, I was watching. You know how you watched videos like haul videos, and people keep showing like, "Oh yeah, I found this book for $1." Like Green
Right.
Lantern, the second series, the first, what's his name? That second Green Lantern, and that I don't remember. But anyways, you're like, man, I can never find that book. Then you find it, and then you're like, you find another one, then you find another one right away.
Right?
That ever happened to you?
Yeah.
So it was one of these books. I was like, man, I want that. I'd never see it. Then I found one. Then a couple weeks later, I found another one for $1. So,
Can't beat it for $1.
pass it on to somebody else. Oh, these are cool. I found this. It's like remainder copies. This company rebinds them, and then they either sell them or give them away at like airports and stuff like that, like a newsstand airports. and
Never
stuff.
heard of it.
It's they were packaged at gift and news shops and hotels and at transportation hubs. Each issue has the same color but different color background. Same cover but different color backgrounds, so there's different ones.
So is it a new story in there or reprints?
It's remaindered issues, just rebound. So ones that were left over sent back, they rebounded with this cover, and then they sold them at transportation hubs, I guess.
Oh, okay.
That's all I could find out about it. I thought it was pretty cool. And this was A-OK from Steve
Nice.
a couple years ago. I had it and I didn't have it, and he showed it. I'm like, man, I'm trying to get that book back. So he sent it to me. Brian Boland, I mean, he rarely did interiors because he admitted he does too much detail. He can't meet deadlines.
That's why I loved his Camelot 3000 book. It's so good. I love that.
Yeah, and I found that whole series like 3 or 4 times for $1. And that
Yeah.
one cover with what's her name sitting on the throne. That's a great cover.
And you know what? It's so underrated, that series.
That was the first time DC used Baxter paper too in a comic
Yep.
book.
And it was the first maxi series too.
Yeah, people don't realize that
That book has a
series
lot
had
of history to it.
Yeah,
That
it
12
does.
issue run.
Because I remember I was buying stuff at the time. Biggie's here.
Hey,
What's up, brother?
Hey, Biggie.
what's up, man? I think this one qualifies for an 80s book.
Go ahead. Nexus, #1.
Next,
Yes. Very cool. Yeah, in the 80s
cover.
In the 80s, when I would go through dollar bins, you'd see the Nexus comic all the time.
That's very 80s, right?
Oh yeah.
Is that a little oversized?
It's a big book, yeah. I got a 89 collector's guide behind a great cover.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful stuff. I think that's Junior. I don't know, but yeah. So I only had a minute, but I thought I'd stop by and say, hey, I appreciate y'all. You're doing a great show. I was on dope, so I would have stuck around, but I'm
Oh,
here now, dude.
You know that you won, right?
I won the big prize.
You won the third appearance of Bullseye.
Damn.
No, Steve's wife from I Love Disney, she won the grand prize.
Did I actually win something?
Yeah, you won the third appearance of Bullseye, high grade copy.
Oh, good. I was joking. I didn't. Well, that's
So
cool,
just
man.
message me on Instagram and send me your address.
I love that. That sounds awesome. Thank you, man.
Oh yeah, it's a worthy slabber.
Sweet.
Yeah, no problem.
I am a winner. I knew it. I knew it. I was a winner.
Well, I appreciate your support, man. That's what
Oh, yeah,
counts.
man. I'm gonna get back to the family, but thank you. Maybe next time I'll hop on and hang out a little longer.
We love you, brother.
I need some Night Tiger comics in my life, dude.
There you go. We got one coming your way.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to hang out sometime too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my wife, she's a school teacher, things a little busy, so I told her I'm gonna go a little hard on the channel for a while, and she's like, go for it. So we'll do a live stream. Next week is Captain Strangelife's 14th anniversary live stream on Sunday.
I love that guy. I did a stream with you and him a long time ago.
Yeah, so you'll be there. I'm probably gonna be on, yeah. So 14 years, man, he's the godfather. You know?
I mean, that's what they call Gary too,
YouTube?
right?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Woo.
14 years.
Good seeing you too, Gary, man. I need to do something with you, but I'm going to get out of y'all's hair. Thank you, guys.
All right, brother.
All right, Biggie,
take care.
take it easy, bud.
All right. So how about this? Second print, first Jason Todd.
Oh,
and
nice.
Then first print newsstand. I didn't even know this had a second print. I bought it at flea market for $1. I got home, look it up. I'm like, oh, it's a second print. Go back to that flea market, get another one for $1. It's the first print with a new.
Well, it's funny because I didn't realize that with some of those Marvel graphic novels too. There's like multiple printings of a bunch of those.
Oh yeah, especially like the New Mutants and stuff. The Death of Captain Marvel. I bought that when it came out. I wish I had it. #1.
Oh, nice epics.
That was $1 bin fine.
Oh, you bastard.
And then you showed this one? No, you didn't show that one.
No, I didn't. I never even seen that one.
Okay, so this is yours. This is going to go to you.
No.
Yes.
You keep it. It's your book.
The Warren Presents. So it's a Warren.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Sourcey Comics. No, I found $1, Brenda. You know what? You like this stuff. You're passionate about it. I like it, but it's not my jam. It's going to you. That's how it works. We got to send them to the right homes.
Right.
We're like Santa Clauses, all of us.
Right? But you have to send me your address again after so I can get you the red heat.
All right. And this time you're going to keep it in your phone so you'll have it. I don't do that. I have a place where I keep addresses, but I'll forget.
I started a notepad. I lost a bunch when I moved. I lost a bunch of stuff, dude.
But people will send me your address again, and then when they go, you better keep it. Then I go put it in the thing. I'm like, I better do it now. So this is. Did you show this one?
No.
Somebody show it. I think somebody.
No, no one showed the magazine of it.
Oh, okay. Let's see if we got any new comments. We know. Make some comments, people. Peanut Gallery. How about a coloring book?
Oh, nice.
Oh no, wait. This isn't a coloring book.
That's
Marvel
not a color,
Comics in full color. What is it? The official.
I always love that cover. That's a nice cover.
The official comics version, but they had another comics version. This must be the first attempt at the comic version.
Well, it's funny because Marvel would do the magazine size first, and then they do the comic book size next.
Oh yeah, I didn't show off my shirt, so I'm wearing my Topanga. It's actually my pajamas. I like to go sleep with her. I told my wife, "Where's my Topanga shirt? Where's my?" She's like, "I don't know." I'm like, "I gotta find it."
Right.
Who does my hair? Nobody. I just wake up and go. Okay, so how about this one? I found all these. So I went to the flea market, and this flea market's like sometimes if you don't go inside, you miss out. If you go outside, if you don't go outside. So I'm like, this time I'm going to go all the way to the back. And I have a couple people that I know just from that flea market, younger guys that hunt. He's like, oh, there's a guy that's got a box. So I went over and told the guy, these guys get everything $1 in that box. So there was this, there was this, there was this.
Wow.
And there was a lot more. There was some other stuff. Quite a bit of stuff I pulled out of there. And then the next flea market down the road, which is smaller, I never find comics. And the only
to get
time
them for that cheap is amazing.
The only time I ever found anything there, they were like Walking Dead. The guy was asking outrageous prices for early issues and stuff, And I'm like, yeah. But then this guy found that day, went there and he had 2 Battlestar Galactica treasuries, exactly the same. One was the Whitman, but they look identical.
I'm sorry. You have a little box
What little box?
that you told me you had that I could have to send.
Oh, sorry. Hold on a sec.
Yep.
So, anyways, I went to that flea market and got those treasuries, another treasury, and then this Canadian science fiction comic from the 80s that Roger's like, oh, that thing's really hard to find. So I was real happy. The guy wanted like $3 for all of them. It was fun. I said, how about 10 for all 4? He's like, yeah. And then across the street, I went to, they had a bookstore and they had like 4 bins, and the only books they had were 2 of these. First, Origin of Aliens and Comics.
Yeah, those old Dark Horse presents are great, but you never see them anywhere.
So I picked up both those for $1, gifted one to somebody.
Also, pay attention to those because there's a few issues of those, Mike, that I have here, and they have a sequel to John Carpenter's A Thing in it, but it's not the official sequel, but it's still another Thing story.
Killer Croc cover. Now this I have, again, direct newsstand. This is another panel cover. This, if you have not read this issue, it is really good, dude. It's called the College of Crime, and they teach thugs how to kill Batman.
Oh, wow.
And so
That's very random.
Batman has to go undercover as Matches Malone. And every time he does it, it's so cool. It's like noir kind of stuff. But look at this panel right here. They're killing him with a flamethrower.
Oh, my goodness.
College for Killers. And it's Don Newton art, so it's really good.
Hey, that's a brutal panel.
Yeah. So that's like, I love this book. If I could, every time I see it cheap, I buy it.
Yeah. Louis V. I've never done a drug in my life, but everybody always thinks I'm high for some. I think it's just the shape of my eyes.
And then let me see this other one. So we have this Chuck Norris #1, and then we have the newsstand.
That's a good one to have. And I think his first appearance was in Deadly Hands of Kung Fu, wasn't it?
I don't know. I have an Archie #1. Dilton's Strange Science #1. It's like a horror book.
That's cool. I never heard of that one.
I just found 2 of them at the flea market for $1. What else? Supergirl, the movie.
Yep, I have a couple of those. Oh no, that's not the movie. That's just the regular.
No, yeah. But this is the look from the movie.
Yes, because I have a couple of the movie and I have a couple of that one.
And then they came back out with. I forget what they're gonna do. They were gonna do another title, and then they just made Time Warp.
Those are fun. Have you read any of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fun.
I love these dollar book era from like 78 to 81.
And they got great art, great covers.
There's so much to read. There's no ads, I don't think, in these.
Yep, I have that one right over here. I love that.
I remember finding this not too long ago before it got hot, thinking, this is a cool looking book.
That's a fun read, too.
Then on Comic Tom, like 2 weeks later, it's a hot book. I'm like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Marvel at that time was still consistently good. It was up to like 1990 when it kind of started going downhill.
Don't let Anachronic Comics see that one. Joe from Anachronic Comics loves Captain Carrot.
I like the turtle, man. He's like the Flash dude. Just some Alan Davis art.
Oh, nice. Look at the way the cape looks on that one.
Homaging Crisis. What was that, like a year earlier?
Yeah, but The cape on that is incredible. The bottom of it.
Well, I don't think this is Alan Davis. Looks Nettie. Is this?
Yeah, they just don't draw it like that anymore. It's
No,
so
it is
good.
Al. It is Alan Davis. And then have you have any of these?
What?
The world's toughest milkman.
Never even knew about that book. Never heard of it.
I find these every now and then. They're cool, and the first ones I have one. They're like really long. They're like odd.
That's like that one book I always find. I think I sent you 4 of them. Was that Crash Ryan series?
Yep, I haven't read it yet. Man, I pull out books to read. Like I told my wife, she bought this new table from a yard sale with all the chairs, a nice table, like a desk. It's higher and it has shelves. And I told her I want to get rid of this lounge thing here and lazy boy because every time I sit down or we sit down, we fall asleep. It's so comfortable. You can't even read in it because you fall asleep before you finish the first
Right, to
novel.
put you out, huh? Oh, nice.
I'm trying to put this whole run together without buying them offline.
Yeah, you know what run is fun too is the Spidey Super Stories run.
Oh yeah, I think I almost have that complete. Carolyn gifted me, or we traded for number 1.
Lady Fantastic.
Yeah, Lady Fantastic.
Yeah, she's I love Caroline. She's great.
That's the first. What's his name in comics? What's the actor's name? The black guy. Easy Reader. You know, he's a big name actor. I can't remember his name.
You got me.
The Easy Reader dude. You don't remember him?
Oh,
I can't remember his
Lamar?
name. No. Let me see. He's a big actor. Easy Reader, Electric. What's his name, man? Morgan Freeman.
yes, there we go.
That's the
Yeah,
first
when he was
appearance in
super
comics.
young.
That's his first appearance in comics.
Oh, you know, I was thinking reading Rainbow.
Oh, have you ever read this?
No, never even saw that cover.
Dude, this is the killer horror Captain America.
Huh.
John Byrne writes this, or no, he doesn't write it. Who writes this?
What number is it?
253. I think it's a three story arc. It's the first third Union Jack, and then this is the second Union Jack. I think he's a vampire, Lord something. What was I looking up again? I forgot. Oh, who writes this? Because I know it's a good writer. Roger Stern. I mean, look at this splash page.
Wow.
Dude,
yeah, that's not what you associate with Captain America. That's
I read this like once a year. It's that good.
You said it was a 3-issue arc?
Yes.
I'll have to look for it at my LCS.
Look at this. So get a nice high grade copy. Look at it. Tomb of Blood.
Right? That's awesome. I like that Cap's in that little framed in the doorway too.
Yeah, it's a nice horror cover. And I'm telling you, I drew comics when I was a kid and I had my own team, and every time I'd read like this killer storylines, I'd copy it inside my with my characters. And I created this character called Vamrak. He's a Dracula and an android.
Nice.
And, oh, Julia Carpenter.
Oh yeah.
I got the newsstand too. I didn't pull it out.
Yeah, one of my favorites.
John Byrne.
That's nice.
First, what's her name? Silver Banshee.
That's a beautiful cover.
Wiccan and Speed. The Vision's kids.
Yeah, that book really popped with the series.
I just got this one. It was just a cool. Have you ever read this series?
No, I have one issue and I read it and I liked it a lot. But
yeah, it's really good. It's Roy Thomas. He brings this. It's like writes it. It's golden age superheroes. It's just like you're in the golden age reading comics.
Yeah, there's one I was looking at today that had a Power Girl story in it that I almost grabbed.
This book you could pick up still, I think, in dollar bins. First Punisher, Moon Knight.
I'm surprised with Moon Knight in it. Everything Moon Knight is so big right now.
And then I had the whole miniseries, but I just pulled the number one.
Yep, I have that one too. And on every one, it's like a tragedy. Every cover is a tragedy.
You know that this is a really good read. Get it?
I haven't read that one yet.
Reed Richards.
Because I read the one I just read was Micronauts. And
here's a horror one. Here's a horror one you need to get in high grade.
Oh, I love. Is that from the movie?
Yeah.
I love House 2, the second story. That movie is so good.
They used the cast from Cheers in both movies.
Yeah.
And I was telling Steve,
I love them both.
And then they used The Greatest American Hero for the first one.
Yeah, William Catt.
So I picked this up, 50 Cent Band, Troll Lords, second printing, 1986.
That's a great cover with the skull guy over him.
I just love these indies like in the mid 80s, early 80s.
Oh, yeah, there's some good stuff out there.
This is the last issue of Super Family.
Oh, what a great Super Girl cover. Now, how many issues did that run?
I don't remember because it
was like 11 or 13, right?
It spun off something else. No, it was a lot more than that.
Oh.
I would say at least around a little under 30, probably.
Because I know one of them didn't go very long. Maybe it was Batman Family.
There was another one called Super Family, which was reprints. That only went for a few issues. Oh, so at the time when this was running, they look similar because once it's Super Family and once it's Superman Family. It used to confuse me. Okay, where are we at? You with me? We still got 30 minutes. Or marathon here. How about this? Number one Dino Riders.
Oh, yeah. I got that 3-issue mini.
February 89. Oh, this was a gift from our buddy, Roger.
Oh, nice. I loved all those 3 and 4 issue miniseries from back in the day.
Another movie.
That's the one you can still get in dollar bins.
In high grade, you can get it slabbed.
Right. It'll be worth $25.
They have them all, but when you go in and you try to get some cool books, you limit your money. And I only picked up issue 1 in this issue with the Galactus.
Oh, nice.
I mean, I've had all 4 of them before.
Yeah, I have. I think that they did those. I have all the Hercules 4-issue miniseries, and I bought the graphic novel too that went with them.
Sectarians.
Oh, yeah.
Sectars. I never saw this cartoon. Did you?
No, that's one I got to put together. I think that went for 8 issues.
Was this an actual cartoon or something?
Yeah, cartoon and toy line.
Picked up all these. Let me see here. Number 4. Prince Namer, Submariner.
Oh, yep. And good little 4-issue. Plus, they had a 12-issue one. Is that the 12-issue or the 4?
4. This was the second miniseries they did.
I love the way they drew him back then.
Is Metarog in New York or something?
I don't know where he lives.
Is he on vacation? I haven't seen anything from him.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a couple weeks.
Baron Blood is from the Invaders. Yeah, but in the Invaders, Frank Robbins. Ugh, that art was so horrible. Sorry, Frank, but it was. How about some Kamiko? Justice Machine number 1.
Oh, nice. Never even heard of that one.
And I have the newsstand, but I didn't pull it out. Strawberry Shortcake number 1.
Oh, that's a cool get.
Remember when she was everywhere?
I do.
Holly Hobby, Strawberry Shortcake, Care Bears,
and My Little Ponies, all at the same time.
Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah, you couldn't escape them.
What about? I have the newsstand of this one also. First Team America.
Oh, okay. I got the
Well, that-
Team America issue that has Ghost Rider on it.
Oh, I need to get that.
I got it somewhere.
I'm gonna
I bought
start.
it just
I'm
because he
gonna.
was on the cover.
You really click something there because it has to be great covers. It's all red, white, and blue. So
Yeah.
every cover's got to be cool.
And I think that one only went for like 11 issues too.
What is this? Second Taskmaster.
Oh, nice.
You about to step
Great
on that,
cover.
man. And Suicide Squad. This is one I got. I traded a Dave Stevens sig for some comics. This is one of them
That's a cool cover.
with Tom Ryan.
I like how they're just all looking away.
I found the number ones from the 60s, 2 of them for $1 at the flea market. McFarlane, Death of Captain Stacy.
Yeah, I love the Marvel
Newsstand.
Salesman covers.
Newsstand, high grade. I love finding stuff like this for $1.
Yeah, the 2 Dazzler covers are my favorite.
And what is this? The last issue of Marvel Premiere featuring Star-Lord.
Oh, nice. Great cover too.
So Doug Monk on scripts, Tom Sutton on cover and interiors. I saw that it had been for $2. It was high grade. I said,
Right, you can't beat it. You got to
that's
grab
got it. Yeah. A book like that, I mean, even though it's not scarce, you don't find it very often, especially if it's like in a 9 and you get it for $2.
Or in good shape.
Someone would pay. There's probably a few people that pay $20 for that at least. But I'm just saying, that's the thing on the back end of my mind. You're like, it's a cool book, but is it, because now I have so much,
Right.
I'm a little cautious of what I bring in. So I think, is it an investable? Like, am I getting it at a price where I can, if I ever wanted to flip it quickly, someone would pay like double.
Right.
You gotta think like that, especially when you got so much stuff in your house. You don't want to bring it in.
Oh, exactly. Because space becomes a commodity.
And when you get old, you don't want to be carrying everything. And
Right.
someone showed this.
Oh yeah, nice.
That was a great scene, wasn't it?
It was.
Movie? It was like you weren't even expecting that. He had it was burning his hand, but you weren't thinking, oh, when he let go, it was all imprinted on there. So it was
Right.
like, oh, wow.
It was clever.
Yeah, these movies were great. It's like the scene where he's fighting the guy in front of the propeller.
Yeah.
I mean, so scenes just like that are so good and memorable.
And the way when he turns his head, you know what's coming. You're like, oh.
And like when he switches with the bag of sand.
Yep.
It's just these big moments that are strung together by Spielberg. It makes the movie such a great.
The way Harrison sells it too, just
he's just a natural born actor.
Yeah.
So you got. Remember your black border annuals they had that year?
Yeah, I love those, and I was always a sucker for the box and where the art broke the box. I loved it.
Look at the cloak and dagger in the background.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I was in love with Dagger. She was like Black Cat. I fell in love with Felicia Harding. Then I fell in love with Dagger. They just drew her like
Felicia Hardy. I buy everything.
When she would shoot the light, it would be like she was a ballet dancer.
Oh yeah, she was great.
And then at times she would just get pissed off, was like had enough, and just. It was great.
I know. I tried to win a first appearance of Cloak and Dagger in a raffle, but nice cover.
Yeah, that was another great scene. And then they opened up the coffin or whatever, and they turned to dust.
Yeah,
it was like you're not expecting that. All of a sudden, whoa, man, that's cool. This is, if you have not read this, really good issue.
Never even seen it.
It's Earth 2 Batman and Robin.
Yeah, with the old Bat car.
So Bruce Wayne from our Earth, he starts getting haunted by Dr. Hugo, I think, yes, Hugo Strange. And so he travels back to Earth 2 to find out what's going on. Something with, I don't remember, but it's a really good story.
Huh.
Great art, too. And dollar bin stuff. So I got Punisher #1, ongoing series, Frank Miller.
Nice.
And then Punisher, the miniseries, Mike Zeck. I found all of them for $1, except the only thing is this one's missing that little cover piece right there.
Well, that first one you had, that's like a $25 book. The other one.
But these I found for $1, and they're in high grade.
Right? You can't beat it. You can at least get $8 to $10 a book on those.
Yeah, these are a great read. I remember when I read them, we were at Airbnb in Daytona or St. Augustine, and I read the whole series at one time. I love having those memories attached to books, you know.
That's what's great about comics, though.
You have this, I'm sure.
Phoenix? Nope, never saw that.
No, this is
yeah, great cover.
Reprints 137, and there's 13-page interview with John Byrne. And
John Byrne was one of those guys where you could put him on any, like him and George Press, you could give them any hero and it looked good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
This is a really great cover. I love this cover.
You know, the one that always stuck out in my head was, remember the one with you had the 8-ball cover and the eyeball cover?
Yeah. The orb?
Yes, the orb. Thank you.
Here, look at that corner box. Isn't that freaking
I know.
cool?
I miss corner boxes. They're so good.
Did you watch my video I made on who created the corner box?
No.
It's on my channel.
How long ago did you make it?
Oh, like over a year.
Maybe I did. Then I'll have to go back and check. Firestorm 1. Yep. Great one. That's a $10 book now, and that was always in the dollar bins.
I know. It's crazy. Don't you hate that? Like you paid $1 or so for books, for certain books for so long, then become $10. You're like, I'm not paying $10 for that.
Right.
Because I can get it for $1. That's why I tell myself, I'm even Golden Age books. I bought that for $20. I'm not paying $200.
Right. Well, it's just weird the way some of the Bronze Age ones are popping now.
Oh, there's Metarog. Hey.
Hey, Roger.
Hey, Roger, there's a link in the chat if you feel like you want to jump in here. We were just asking where you were. We haven't heard or seen anything from you. So this is these special editions were the reprints with like a cardstock cover.
Right. The cardstock is nice.
And I think that's original cover, if I'm not mistaken. I have the Fantastic Four. I have the Captain Marvel one. I have another one I can't remember. Here's Frank Miller. This book you can still pick up pretty cheap. I'm going to see what.
He's catching up with work, but he's back home. So he must.
Nice. Okay. So I don't feel as guilty. Sorry, buddy. I don't feel guilty now. How about this? Batman and the Outsiders.
Great covers.
The Newsstand.
You know, it was a good read. Did you ever read that 4-issue miniseries, The Weird?
I didn't.
That was a good read.
Is that DC?
Yep.
What about Black Panther #1?
Oh,
the miniseries.
Nice.
What about The Newsstand?
Yeah, I'm like you. I always pick up both if I have the option.
The thing, a book like this, every time I find it for $1, I don't care if it's newsstand or not. I'm picking it up.
Right.
Now, do you remember these? I had bought this one when I was a kid. I was in Milwaukee, and there was like a corner news stand, and I went over there. It's the only time I've ever been to one, when I was a kid. And this is a book that I bought.
Oh, wow.
And then I sold my collections, and I found it $1 bin recently. But you can't read this because the print is like so minus. It's so small. It's unbelievably small. So it's like an index of every issue. And this is #4. But it's a nice Perez cover.
Oh, definitely.
And when I was a kid and I got this, I love this cover. This cover was like sweet candy. So I drew a cover for my superheroes with them all in the same positions. And
Yeah,
so just happy
your
to
own
have it.
homage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got Roger second and you Prez cover.
Oh, let me show you. I got one of my covers here for my comics.
Ooh, Liberty League. There you go. Oh, that's a fun cover. A lot of action going on.
I melded them with the Avengers, the Fantastic Four.
I think I've seen you show that one before.
Yeah, I need to get back to. I always tell myself I need to get back to it. Okay, so where are we at? Oh, Johnny Quest Classics #1.
Ooh,
First-
that's nice.
First Kamiko Johnny Quest, but it's a reprint.
Now, if you want to watch Johnny Quest again, it's free on Tubi right now.
Okay.
I've been going through watching it again.
So the Dave Stevens cover,
Nice.
#3. These were all in the dollar bin, buddy. I had to grab them. #2. So this is first Johnny Quest since the Gold Key ongoing series.
Oh, that one's great with
Number
Ray
1.
Spannon.
That's one I probably should get graded, huh?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
For $1, what could I make off that if I graded it? It was in the 9s.
Still, it's just a great piece of art.
Yeah. I'm just, I don't know. I'm talking out loud. Miracle Man #1.
Ooh. Those always catch your eye just because of the way they did the cover top, the banner.
Right. Well, it was Alan Moore. So I know this book, has value. So I think I paid $20 for it. High grade though, at the shop.
Right.
A lot of times I go in and when I get like next coming week, I'll probably get $200 in tips. I go in the shop, I like support them. So when I see what they brought in, I go like, oh, that's a good key to put in the to key in the collection. It's
Right. Exactly.
It's cool, and it may not be directly up my alley, but it's something that I should have a piece like this in my collection.
We all have stuff like that. Yeah, it's okay to get it. I mean, for
No,
$20
but
to get a key too.
No, I'm just saying, like, the mindset.
Right.
Because I don't like have a list where I'm trying to get all these books and then go look for them. I just kind of go organically shop most of the time when I pick up stuff. If that makes any sense.
It does. I do a lot of the same.
This is another great one. It's also a Earth 2 story where they get married. Was a scarecrow as the villain. Look at the cape as a heart. Both
Right. That's what I was looking at.
The snakes on the bottom. This is a great run in the 81, 80, 81, 82.
The Brave and the Bold, I read a lot when I was younger. I loved the old Brave and the Bold series. And it had my favorite Batman costume, the blue and the gray with the yellow symbol.
And then, so Marvel was on their kick of miniseries. They're like at the beginning of the 80s. So DC, they always follow. So here's one of the ones they did.
Nice.
They did quite a few of these 4-issue Superman Chronicles.
They did, because they had that in the Phantom Zone. And
yeah, Planet of Krypton was another one, I think, or something like that. So these are really cool. And these are still books you could under $5 in high grade.
Right.
And I can't see these books going down ever if you get them in really nice shape.
That's the one I was telling you about, the Weird. You can put those 4 together cheap. And if you see them, you should pick them up.
Come on the show, Mark. I put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade, so I'll be out soon.
Okay, well, we got 15 minutes. We'll get out of here. But you look at the pink cover. I mean,
oh, it's beautiful.
$1, $2 for these.
And I like that Superman smiling on it.
You read them. It's a good read. Then you put all 4 of them together on a shelf for what, pennies? Less than $10.
Right. Well, that's something I preach on my channel all the time. There's great reads in the dollar bins. Go get them.
But seriously, even a book like this, you put $2 into it. This is like money, like a stock. 7 years from now, you still have it in your collection, you probably can sell it for $20 if it's a high grade copy.
Right.
Because as time goes on, you know, there's going to get more, less and less. That's how I think. Let's see this.
Nice.
Twisted Tales. They showed that one already. I didn't pull them all. I tried to pull the most gruesome covers.
Now, how long did that series go for?
I don't know. This is number 784. This is number 8. So I don't know. Probably 8. I think Pacific went out of business in 86. I'm guessing, but I think they did. So nice decapitated head cover.
Yeah, and just a nice border cover.
Well, Roger, it's not even being a stockbroker. It's just being more careful now when I bring stuff into the collection.
Absolutely, Captain Strangelove.
Oh, yeah. I do have a Atari Force number 1. So that was shown already. That was $1. I found this for $3 at the flea market.
Plus, I like the Night Force series, with the Gene Colan series.
Oh, yeah. I have that. I've read it all, but I'm actually rereading it. But you know how it is. You read 3 issues.
Right.
You come back from work at the weekend, you read something else. Then you're like, oh, yeah, I was reading that. But there's 3 series. There's 3 series.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Their first appearance was in Teen Titans, 21?
Yeah, I have that one. I love Gene Colan and Marv Wolfman. So you have, what is this? You have the newsstand, and then you have another newsstand.
Wow. What's that one called?
Bullseye, number 3.
That's a great cover.
These were like tryouts for new creators.
Yeah, I got like all the first series, the New Talent Showcase, DC, when they were doing that. There you go. You got to have a Dazzler 1.
And then you got the newsstand. No, there was no newsstand.
No, but you have the Arrow print where you have the one ad that's in black and white.
Yeah, this is the Air. This one is not. Oh yeah.
And a book that just always stays at $8 to $10, no matter what happens.
So let me educate you. So Marvel had done that deal with Kiss, you know, where they did that comic and they put their blood and everything.
Oh yeah.
So Stan's actively, he's always a salesman, shows me he's always thinking of ways to promote his flagship, his baby. So he made a deal. I don't know. He was working on a deal. I don't know. It was CBS Records or RCA. They would create a rock singer, female, and then they would hire a singer to be her on the album.
Right.
The album was going to be Dazzler, whatever. Well, the record company, they backed out of the deal, so Stan still went forward with the comic, with the character. He actually went there and called John Byrne and what's his name, the writer, into the office and said, you got to put this character in the comic right now. And I have the interview, and John Byrne was pissed because they had already finished the story arc. Right. So now they had to split it in the middle and add the Dazzler in. So he was really pissed, he said.
And I have that interview in a book around here somewhere.
I think it was Comic Interviewer.
Something, yeah.
I read it.
But I bought it just because it had the Dazzler stuff in it. Oh, very nice.
Great cover. Here's the...
Yeah, that one always reminds me of the Spider-Man one, too, when you had the Santa Claus with the gun.
Oh, yeah. What a great run. Historical.
Right.
It really catapulted Daredevil into A-lister.
And that one's awesome. Just I like that the cowl is still keeping the structure of his face somehow.
And then they have this win Columbia 10-speed formula to racer.
Right.
Look at that great
wonder if anyone ever won the bike?
I did, until one day I was married to my first wife, and I went to get the cereal, and it fell all over the floor, and I picked it up, and there was a thing that said, "You won a Schwinn bike," and I was like, I've never won anything before, and I know what I did, but I got a free bike. They said they delivered to the house. I'm like, wow. Okay, so people do win.
That's nuts.
I gave it to my niece, but it was the weirdest thing. It has a great Windsor cover. Look at the shadowing of that looks
Right.
the
Well,
snow
he's a
looks so real.
details guy.
And it's just nothing but him walking through the woods, but it's just
And that's why he was always so late on his That's why you saw like reprint issues in the first like 24 issues of Conan, because he was always turning his stuff in late. He put so much detail in it.
Did you watch the those videos? I forget who they're by, Journey or something. He's like really goes into detail. So he did 2 videos on Barry Windsor Smith. I don't know. I watched some video. That guy did some. He did an all thing about how he was and how he acted at Marvel and what happened during the history period and all this. It's 2-part video, and it's really good. He just talks and talks, and it's so fascinating.
Wow. Yeah, because in the Roy Thomas books, the Barbarian Life, he tells a lot about Barry Windsor Smith.
Well, he said that he was this like show off and he hot dogger, and he would do the work in detail. Then he would be late at all the deadlines.
Yep.
And then he would be pissed at Stan because he thought I should be getting more money because my art's better, but he was never meeting any deadlines. Stan was getting pissed at him because he didn't want him to do all that detail. They just wanted the book on to get out on deadline.
And part of his thing too is he couldn't stay in the U.S., so for a while it was shipping the stuff back and forth.
And then he did some book where he kind of subtly ripped Stan apart in it or something. Some book he did. I don't know. It's a pretty wild stuff.
Nice.
You know, when the black suit came out, I was like, it hit me blindsided. I'm like, what the hell? What did they do to Spider-Man? Why he's not the Spider-Man that I know?
Right.
So I was like, oh, I thought it's just a trend. So I'm going to wait till I'm not reading Spider-Man anymore until he comes back. And then I was like, he never came back. I'm like, well, he did eventually, but it was like people thought it was so cool, and I didn't. So I'm like, I didn't get it. I'm like, what's going on? Why are they not bringing him back yet?
I like the black suit, but I always wanted him back in his original suit.
Yeah, because that's our Spider-Man. That's what we grew up all our childhood.
Nice cover.
I found I had 2 of these when I was going through. My grandson had begged me for mine. I'm like, no, I'm not giving mine away. I don't have a second copy. And I'm like, then I find a second copy. I'm like, he's not in comics anymore, though. You know how it is.
You waited him out.
Kids, no, he was into wrestling. Now he was into comics, and now he's into going to the gym and girls. iVampire.
Yep, nice.
I did get his first appearance out of 50 Cent bin, but it's got like piece of the cover missing. I remember when he was hot for a minute.
That horror stuff is starting to pick up again, though.
Firelord's so cool.
Oh, yeah.
I got his first appearance, but it's like a 2.5, and I'm trying to find a higher grade, but people want too much money. I'm not willing to pay.
A character that's really used.
I'm not willing to pay like more than 30 for like a really high grade copy. First X Babies, I guess, or something.
Oh, okay. Yep. I knew I recognized it. I couldn't remember what it was.
I don't even know. I don't even have. I'm just guessing, but that's from watching YouTube videos like on a weekly basis, over and over.
Yeah, you just absorb some of it.
Debut of Psylocke's Psychic Knife.
Nice.
Just a cool Batman as a vampire cover.
Yeah, that's happened to him a few times.
What stalks the Gotham Knight?
Then I remember they put out that graphic novel too, Batman versus Dracula.
Before I got into like media, you know how before we got into this, we were just collected in our own bubble. We didn't know anything about. So I didn't know, I didn't know grade, market, nothing like that. So the books that I would always like really try to find. Oh, Mark Allen's here. What's up, Mark? So the books that I'd really try to find would be all these Batman ones from the 80s when I go to a flea market. That's what I was always be looking for.
Much. How you guys doing?
All right. How's it going, brother? You ready to show a few things?
Yeah, I am.
All right. Well, we'll let you close it out.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Welcome to the show.
Just wanted to.
We're about to lose Gary. He's about to fall over.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. I wish I could have.
Gary, if you want to bow out, you're good to go.
between Central Standard
All right, man.
and
Well, we're
Eastern
gonna
Time.
hold on, Mark. We're gonna let Gary go.
Okay.
Gary, man, love you, appreciate you.
All right, thanks, Mike. It was fun.
All right, take care, brother.
All right, buddy.
All right, we love Mark. 4-Color Commentary. Go to his channel, sub him up right now.
Hey, I appreciate that. I always get the Central Standard Time and Eastern Time mixed up, so I wish I could have been here sooner.
It's all
don't
good.
know
I work in Central Time.
yeah. Don't know what y'all have shown today. I'm sure there's been a lot of great stuff. I don't know. I hope there'll be no reruns here. I did decide to go a little bit indie heavy
Oh, that's good. We're loving that.
because what I did, I've got the first here, the first color Nexus, Mike Barron and Steve Rude, which Nexus was just a wild ride. It's just kind of a very cool space opera meets superhero action type thing with really great characters. I'm shocked there was years ago a plan for a cartoon, an animated feature that just never panned out. And but I'd still love to see that. And I don't have all three of the black and white magazines, but the I think it's the number 3 that's the one I have that has a record in it. There's a record in there, one of those little floppy records that they could put in with a book.
Scout,
what's that?
Scout number 1 has a record in it too.
Yeah. And so while I don't have the magazines, I do have the reprint. And they did this in the 80s. They did the graphic novel with all 3 magazines printed in it. And so just a really neat, again, just a great Steve Rude cover. Steve Rude is one of my all-time favorite artists. And I'm not trying to do a Steve Rude theme here, but also from the 80s.
If it's 80s, it doesn't matter what it is.
There you go. 1987. Mr. Miracle Special. I actually got Steve Rude was in Tulsa years ago, and though I've been to a lot of cons, I didn't get to go to that one. So I had a friend of mine, Charles Brock, take this and get it signed. This and a couple other things, get it signed by Rude. So he was one of the guys.
I'm going to be on the lookout for that. I have not seen that.
This is great. It's Steve can do a great faux Kirby style.
Right.
You got some artists that are really good at aping a Kirby style, and he does an homage, and he'll do that depending on what he's working on. It's really very cool.
Yeah, it is a cool cover.
But neat stuff there, and I don't know some what if, a couple of here's a what if from 1980, the very beginning of the 80s. What if Volume 1, Number 22? What if Dr. Doom became a hero? Okay?
I remember reading that.
Oh man, and the golden armor. He really did look like a knight. Had kind of a knight's helmet to it. And
I remember I didn't like the way it ended. I was I read it. It was like so good, and then the way it ended. I'm like, what?
Yeah. And so, but yeah, I love the first volume of What Ifs. Man, they helped make the 80s for me.
Yeah, I agree.
And speaking of again, this just the 80s. A series that I never read much of, although I love George Perez's art. I never was a big Teen Titans fan until this storyline. I don't know what it was, but with Starfire's sister Blackfire, which concluded in let me get my directions right here. There we go. Which concluded in an annual, but it was a great 4-part story, concerning Starfire and her sister, and just the something about the story, the Marv Wolfman story, and the George Perez art.
That story, it was like the first Star Wars movie. That's how good that storyline was.
It was defining. It was a defining moment for the Wolfman Perez run on that book, and it just got me started going back and looking for previous issues, and plus there was the I don't remember. I think this. I'm not sure. But I think this may have come out just around the same time as the X-Men Teen Titans crossover, and so that was also in the mix when I saw it, when I got that, because I was doing all Marvel DC crossovers, of course, and that was the first one that was actually just comic size, which was kind of a letdown when I first saw them. Right, but yeah, that got me started on that story, and then that X-Men Teen Titans crossover that got me started on on Teen Titans. So
Did you ever read the Justice League George Perez storyline where they fought the what is the Gang of Cards people? I forget. The Ace of Spades.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can't remember what that group
I
is
can't remember
called.
their name, but that was such a good storyline. The art was so good.
Yeah, I know. I've got that, and I look because I do have most of the Perez. I don't even remember who wrote that Justice League run. I'll just tell you, but I do have most of the Perez issues on that because that's all. That's all it really at that time, especially. That's all I needed to bring. That's all that was necessary to bring me to the party was for George Perez to be doing the art.
Exactly.
So, speaking of books that were art driven, of course, the first book to spin off of the X-Men group, and the second group of hero mutants, and that was the New Mutants.
Oh yeah.
Which, of course, started with the graphic novel, which I have, and but I tell you, the Bob McLeod art in the graphic novel and the early issues, and then followed by Sal Buscema. Those first 12, 15 issues were just a no-brainer for me. They just lots of fun. I still go back and read them every few years. But McLeod's art style always just so clean and dramatic, and always loved his art. Always loved it.
Yeah, I had 2 prints that he signed for me, and I lost them. I don't know what I did with them.
Oh yeah,
The New Mutants.
Right. Yeah, I've got a print of his somewhere that was signed by him because I actually did back in the day when I was doing interviews and weren't writing reviews, and then later doing interviews for Suspended Animation, the online. Oh yeah, very nice. The online column, Michael Vance's online column. I did an interview with Bob McLeod, and he got him. He sent me some signed stuff, which was very cool.
Oh, that's right. You used to write for what was it? An online?
Yeah, it was an online column. It was also in print media, all over the nation, different states, different cities.
Good night, Hans. Say good night to Hans.
What's up?
He's going to bed. Love you, brother. He's got his 14th anniversary live stream next Sunday.
Okay. Cool. Okay, great.
Go ahead and show. We'll show side by side. I'll stay on for a little while if you want to.
Sure, you bet. Okay. The only new universe title, the only Marvel's new universe title that I ever cared about and still to this day love, and that's Starbrand.
I always hear people say that. I have never read it yet.
And now I know people who swear by some of the other titles and stuff. I tried a couple of them. Just didn't do it for me, but that's, of course, why they make chocolate and vanilla. But I loved Starbrand. I loved that he wasn't, that Ken Connell was he wasn't a hero. He was kind of a jerk, kind of a womanizer, I mean, nice.
Well, you went with Starbrand. I'm going to go with Star Comics.
There you go.
He's going fishing for dinner.
There you go. So another book that I followed all through the actually late 70s and all through the 80s. I stayed with this Marvel book for a great 15 years, and that was The Incredible Hulk. And I love that cover. It's issue number 255. It's just another Hulk Thor throwdown, but it has a classic look about it to me.
Oh yeah.
But I love that.
You need to slip that in some Mylight.
Yeah, there you go.
Put a negligee on it. Dance it around the room a little bit.
There you go. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe when I turn the camera.
We're just talking. Marvel was consistently good up till like 89, and then
it was. It was.
Then Image changed the game on how to present the comic.
Yeah,
and it brought decline.
Well, and talking about that, and talking about What If. I mean, there's a great What If issue number 28. What if Daredevil became a
dude? Rock and roll.
Yeah, there you go. The only bad thing about this was it's one of 3 stories in there, and it's like an 8 or 10 page, maybe 10 or 12 page story. I know. It's great, but I love the premise. He gets when young Matt Murdock gets hit by the truck carrying the radioactive waste. It's Tony Stark who comes along in his flying car, picks him up, and takes him to get help because he feels guilty because it's his shipment that's going through the city, and so he, of course, his powers are brought to bear.
Yeah, it's not the best.
Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Great stuff.
Okay, so let me tell you. So I saw this book on My Comic Shop.
Uh-huh.
for like $5-6. They had like 5-6 copies. I bought them all. They were various grades from VG to like Fine Plus. And so I just, over the last, I don't know, 4 years, I just A-OK them or put them in trades.
Right.
Because it's just a cool book. You know,
It
everybody,
is.
you show that and they're like, oh yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, it's
So
great.
even if you give it to someone, that's going to put a smile on their face.
Oh yeah. Well, it's Frank Miller cover, Frank Miller interior art.
Yeah.
You can't beat it. I mean, especially during that time when Miller was just getting a start, but so he was still kind of hungry. He was still trying to do his best work. So I love that. Here's one. Of course, everybody loves the Spectacular Spider-Man Volume 1. Here's the first appearance of a character named Ollie Osnick, who first came. It was made himself. It's kind of a difficult. It's a Ed Hannigan cover, and it's painted, which is beautiful. But you've got right here. This is not Doc Ock. This is Ollie Osnick, who makes himself. It's a really, really smart kid, genius kid, who makes himself a set of Doc Octopus arms, which of course get shredded when Spider-Man realizes it's not really Doc Ock because they're made of like tin, you know.
I'm sure I read that because that was coming out when I bought comics, but I don't remember it. That's cool. I'll have to look for that one.
This is the same kid that went on to become Spider-Boy and had the same arms. He just modified them a little bit. Pretty cool character and fun story.
So I got a Mike Zeck, Captain America.
There you go.
283 with Madam, what's her name? Hydra?
Madam Hydra, yeah. Otherwise known as the Viper, yeah.
Or Elaine from Seinfeld.
There you go. Oh, wait, now is she going to be Madam Hydra?
She is already.
Is she? Very cool. Okay, she is. Okay.
Remember at the end of the Falcon, she walked up to Captain America and or John Carter and said, we could use your services or something like that.
Yeah, and I think that's the direction they're going. They're definitely going villainous with her, but she's got a different name though. She's the name of what was the girl who was who was Nick Fury's main squeeze for so long. Even back to the
I know who you're talking about. Her name is
Fontaine. Fontaine.
Valentino
Fontaine. There you go. But yeah, now here's one. I'm not a big Doom Patrol guy. This is the one of maybe 2 or 3 Doom Patrol books I own, but it's such a nice copy. It was actually it's from 1987. It's a Secret Origins annual. Doom Patrol. Got the old Doom Patrol and the new Doom Patrol there. Interiors by John Byrne, cover by John Byrne, and this is just such a sweet copy. I mean, gloss and no creases, no foxing, nothing like that. But it's also just a great story. It's got the very cool time of Byrne's career where he was really hitting his stride, art wise, and
that's exact. That panel is exactly the same as the cover from the Silver Age.
Exactly, and like I say, I was never. It was so.
Who
weird.
is it? John Byrne, you said?
Yeah, John Byrne art.
I'm gonna have to pick that up.
Yeah, Alan Kupperberg or Paul Kupperberg writing it. So he was always a solid writer in comics.
He was a better writer than artist.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And so that was always a fun book. I've actually got 4 or 5 copies of that book. Whenever I find a nice copy.
You remember this one?
Oh yeah, the first time.
Didn't you show this in one of your videos at some point? I think you did.
I may have. I've done so many videos. I may have, but I remember that book because I had a friend of mine that I collected comics with when that came out. He was reading Avengers ongoing at that point. I had jumped off Avengers at that point, but I bought that 2 or 3 issue stint where Spider-Man was basically being auditioned for the Avengers, and at the time, of course, it was cool, but at the time, as a reader, I was like, nah, it doesn't fit. Spider-Man doesn't fit.
But didn't he say he didn't want to join?
He ended up saying, I think he ended up in the story saying, I don't know if it was too strict, too many rules or what. It just didn't click. He didn't click with them, I don't think.
But the key they always say is that he's rejected, but he's not. He rejects them.
He rejects them. I think that's right.
But it's always listed as he's rejected for membership.
Right, exactly. And kind of like, see, I was always a holdout all through my childhood.
It's a good story. A very good story.
Yeah, it is. And Spider-Man #1 notwithstanding, I always loved that first issue of What If Volume 1 because I was always holding out for Spider-Man to join the Fantastic Four. And of course he did when they became Future Force, but it wasn't the same. Yeah, you know.
What about?
Oh, see, yes, I've got those. Love that character. Love Frankie Ray. I was on board with with Byrne's Fantastic Four from the very beginning, from the issues before he got the writer and artist credits on there.
Did you read the Next Men?
Next Men, I did read the Next Men. It wasn't really. It didn't.
It was more soap. It was way more soap opera than.
It really was.
Than like action at all. It was like more dramatic and less action. There wasn't that much action ever.
What I liked about it was the realistic twist he tried to put on it. Like if a kid could run, you know, hundreds of miles an hour, his legs would be huge. I mean, muscular. If somebody could have all these different kinds of vision, they're probably going to have these bug eyes, you know, stuff like that. That struck me as, yeah, it probably would be that way.
Oh, my headphones went bloop bloop.
Were you a fan in the 80s of the Roger Stern, John Romita Jr. run on The Amazing Spider-Man?
I was.
I'm sure you were. I don't know if you've ever seen this reprint. I don't have these issues anymore, but everybody knows nothing can stop.
I was just going to say that's one of the best stories where he walks him into the wet cement in that foundation.
And this actually is an 80s reprint as well. I mean, it came out in the 80s. So 89, just in there.
Yeah, I didn't pull any of those out.
Yeah. That's good because I was cheating on some of this stuff. I didn't want to pull out whole runs. So
but this Mike Zeck, Roger Stern run on Captain America was really good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Stern was just such a solid writer, man. Talented guy. Had a great imagination, had a great knack with characterization. I loved Stern's work. In fact, is he still with us?
I don't know.
I don't either. Here's one along the lines of what I didn't want to dig out, but the Chris Claremont, Paul Smith run on X-Men from the 80s.
I actually have that.
Yeah.
Adam Hughes cover.
Yeah, I love that. This is actually Arthur Adams.
Oh, is it Arthur Adams?
Yeah, Arthur Adams cover, and then also a back illustration by Arthur Adams. What I loved about this run was establishing a connection between Wolverine and Silver Samurai.
Okay.
And at this point, Wolverine's been so convoluted. I mean, I can't really even. I still read my old stuff with Wolverine. I don't read any new stuff with Wolverine. He's been so convoluted with he died and he came back, and not only did he have the adamantium claws, but they get hot. Do they still get hot, or is that gone now? Do you know?
See, for me, I end all my continuity at 89.
Exactly. There you go. That sounds very, very logical to me.
Good night, Russ. Thanks for joining us, brother. We love you. How about this one? You said John Romita Jr., Spider-Man, Black Cat.
Yes. Yeah, I love that one. I have that one, and the one that was a two-parter. I have that one and the one before or after it, whichever one it was.
You know what I loved about this? The hero usually always turns away from that type of relationship,
right?
Because of, I don't know what it's comic code or morality or whatever. But Spider-Man went and he dated her. He was with her. He was her boyfriend. I was like, cool. You know, that never really happens. I mean, just like the Lois Lane Superman, they never really get any closer than a few distance from each other. They never have a relationship.
And Peter's like, I'm gonna date her to the good side. I'm gonna make her a good guy. You know, I'm gonna get her out of that life. So, you know, I always like that too. Here's another one. Got the David Michelini, John Romita Jr. run on Iron Man. This is only part of it, but this is the Power of Iron Man, and great Sienkiewicz cover.
Let me hold on. I'm gonna make you big. That is a cool cover. Hold on.
I've always loved that cover. Just it's painted. It looks like it's painted.
I love how he does the shoulder stuff.
Oh, I do too.
It makes it look like a real suit of armor.
Yeah, the ridges on the armor and everything. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I thought, man, look, I know Sienkiewicz isn't the fastest artist, but wouldn't you have loved to have seen an entire graphic novel that looked like that?
Yes.
So, but yeah, it's got the classic. This was the classic run of Iron Man when you were seeing stuff like that. Let me get in there. You know, John Romita Jr. in his early days, back before his figures got thick and blocky, and you know, they were still lithe, athletic, action-oriented. You know,
Roger said Cap dated Diamondback, changed her life. Wasn't that at the end of the 80s run? What,
yeah.
Still at the end of the Stern and Byrne?
No.
Jack.
Ron Lim was doing a lot of those. Streets of Poison. The Streets of Poison run, which actually I think in the 90s. That was great stuff. I've got those issues. I used to have them collected, but that's Streets of Poison. That's a difficult trade paperback to get these days, actually. And you had Cap started having this crisis of conscience that he's telling these kids stay off of drugs, but his super serum is a drug, and he ends up getting a blood transfusion to get the super soldier serum out of him. A lot of Cap fans don't realize this ever happened, but he ended up having a throwdown with Crossbones without the super soldier serum, wondering, am I going to be able to do this? And he does. He takes down Crossbones, who's like a toughest character that comes, without superpowers. And it's really cool. Now, along the way, of course, they put the super soldier serum back into it, because what's Cap without the super soldier serum? But I love that. That was one of my all-time favorite Cap runs, the Streets of Poison. I don't remember who wrote it. I think it might have been Mark Grunwald, but it was Ron Lim doing the art. So great, lots of fun stuff.
What was that, 90s?
I think it was late 80s, early 90s. You'd have to check me. I can't remember. Somebody look up Captain America: Streets of Poison, see when it ran.
Oh, was that part of that? Was it part of the actual series, or?
It was part of Volume 1.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll check it out.
How about this?
Hey, hold on a sec.
Great 80s independent title. There you go. Mike Grell.
I haven't read it yet. I bought the whole run out of the 50-cent bin.
Oh, dude,
I'm waiting to like a vacation or something to read the whole run.
You're gonna love it. Because
I know. He's not my favorite artist, but he's a great crime writer.
He is, and that was a great character. I loved I don't know if I won't say anything or give anything away, but there's some really neat. There's some. Do
you read Miss Tree?
I don't. I've read some Miss Tree. It's been so long, I don't even remember. I've got a friend who's a big fan of Miss Tree, but I don't think I have any.
Yeah,
I've never read Miss Tree, and I've never read Evangeline.
Let me tell you this: issue 50, which is like a 50-cent book. It's a double size. It has her anniversary, so there's famous comic artists that do pinups through the book.
Okay.
Now there's also another issue. The writer used to be in a rock band in the 60s. He's like a Christian, but they did a song called Psychedelic Circus or something.
Right.
They just used the title. It wasn't anything to do with psychedelic or drugs. Well, it became a cult favorite because of the psychedelic era.
Right.
So he actually would get residual checks. And then he talked about another story about another artist who was only supposed to live to be 24 from the 50s or 60s.
Right.
So he went out and he had a goal. He wanted to do this and this, and one was become a #1 recording artist. And he became one by 24, and he never died. So it's a really cool. And then it has a record in there of the song.
Very cool.
And you can find those in 50-cent books. There's really cool stuff in those Miss Tree books.
That is cool. We were talking about Roger Stern earlier. Roger Stern and John Byrne. Here's you can get their entire run on Captain America in Captain America War and Remembrance trade. It is in the early 80s. It started, I think, in 1980. At least ran into the 80s. But I always loved that was again my favorite run of. I'm a Byrne head, you know this, but that was my favorite run.
I'm a burnout too.
Because you get stuff like that, in Captain America. So I mean,
we're burnouts. That's what we're called.
There you go. That's great. Burnouts.
Look at this book. Now, this one you should pick up. I love this book. I remember buying it when it came out.
Yeah.
There's 2 separate stories in here, and the one, he's just walking home through the Bronx or Brooklyn or whatever, late at night, and this vampire jumps out of an alley and bites him on the back of the neck and breaks his tooth.
Nice.
So they have like this they have like a short scuffle.
Right.
And it's a really cool story. So that's number 76. It's Chris Claremont on scripts.
Okay. Well, that's
Frank
always
Miller on pencils. Danny O'Neill, editor. Jim Shooter, editor in chief.
okay. Very cool. Very cool. You are you a Charles Vess fan?
I don't know. The name doesn't sound familiar.
Charles Vess is a fantasy artist who does mostly fantasy type stuff. Has done a lot of trading cards. Has done some role playing game artwork, but he also did a Marvel graphic novel back in 1988 using Asgard as the background, but none of the Asgard regulars. It's the Raven banner. I mean, look at that cover. It's Charles Vess art on the cover, all painted.
Nice.
All of the interiors were painted. Let me find a good. There's one of his serpents. I mean, just stuff that just. And I'd love to see him do an actual Thor or even Warriors 3 story. But I mean, there's this Hela.
Nice.
He didn't stick with all the green. You know, he shook it up a little bit. But you know, just Charles Vess is one of the most amazing comic/fantasy artists ever. And if you can find that, I don't think it's doing anything big on eBay, and I think you can get it pretty affordably. But the Raven banner, very good stuff.
I showed Fazetta already. I did. We can't show any 70s stuff tonight.
Yeah.
But that he looks like an artist, and I did hear of him, but there's certain artists I usually check, like, can you read the story without the dialogue?
Yeah.
When you can at least comprehend part of the, like, what's going on and follow it, that's a great artist.
Yeah. You actually showed I think it was a Web of Spider-Man issue that was a Vess cover. It's the one where Spider-Man is on a dead run on the ground, and there's a staircase in the back, like I think in the background from him, or something like that. It looks like he's leaping.
Oh,
or something.
yeah.
That's a Charles Vess cover.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The one that I had the double on, the homage.
I'm almost certain that is a Vess cover.
Let me see. What did I do with that?
Joe's asking if you have any early Frazetta, or I think he's asking you.
I have the Epic. I don't know how early. That's 80.
Right. I don't know how early. I don't know. I know he was a Golden Age artist. I know he was doing stuff as far back as I know he's doing stuff pre-World War II, but I don't know.
No, I don't have any of his Golden Age stuff. No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty pricey stuff.
Yeah, it is. You a P. Craig Russell fan, or are you familiar?
I'm not sure who that is.
Okay. Back in the 70s.
Here's some Frazetta.
Oh, nice. Yes. Love the classic cover. I love that.
I mean, I have some heavy metal with him on the cover. Did he covers too?
Back in the 70s, Marvel's Amazing Adventures title did the War of the Worlds run. Nice. I love the homages on.
Is that the one you're talking about?
No, not that one. It was a black suit Spider-Man, but he was. I know I saw you show it. I wasn't able to comment at the time. Anyway, you've shown so many books, you might not be able to find it. It was a Web of Spider-Man, I think. I'm sure it was a Web of Spider-Man.
The one where he's leaping over the edge of the building.
Maybe that was it. Yeah, I think that was it.
Yeah. Okay.
But so in the 70s, Marvel's Amazing Adventures ran the War of the Worlds. Oh yeah, is that a Friends cover? Ron Friends?
I don't know.
The Ron Friends issue. Yeah, I love that cover.
I like how it has the comic page in the background.
Yeah. bursting through.
Yeah.
I remember that thing. Yeah, that's been. I love that thing. I
This
love
book,
that.
it's a little thicker. It has more pages in it, like an extra
Right.
pages.
This is Marvel graphic novel. We'll see the number. I don't see the number on there. Okay, but it's Killraven, which was the main character in the Amazing Adventures book.
Right.
From the 70s, in the 70s, and here's some of his. P. Craig Russell, it looks to me like it's almost like it came straight from the Will Eisner school, because you need to check those Amazing Adventures from the 70s, because he did weird things with panels that nobody else was doing at the time, that I know of anyway. Will
Hey,
Eisner
let you go ahead and take it for a minute. I'm going to go. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So I don't know who out there is familiar with P. Craig Russell. He's done a lot of opera stories that he's adapted to graphic novel form or comic book form. He's got a very elegant style. It's not a superhero style. There's another example. Very fantasy oriented, very much like Charles Vess or Jeff Smith, I think is what it is. Anyway, so speaking of Marvel graphic novels, actually got a hardcover Marvel graphic novel, Silver Surfer. This is 80's. I'm not finding the numbers. The numbers they did not put right on the front, like I think they should have back in the day. But this is Silver Surfer Judgment Day, Stan Lee and John Buscema. Of course, Big John in a great. It's not a Buscema cover. Let's see who painted that cover. That is a. Well, maybe it is a John Buscema cover. Anyway, it's painted. I don't think that's Buscema. I think that may be Glenn Orbick or one of those. Someone out there may know better than I do. But great cover and great interior John Buscema art. There's a great Galactus full page Illo. Can't beat John Buscema on Silver Surfer. Got a couple other Silver Surfer treasures. Best Silver Surfer stuff from the 80s. Here's John Burns. Oh,
okay, go ahead.
John Burns Volume 2.
Yeah, that's good.
The only issue ever. But Silver Surfer. What is it? Parable? No, that was the next one I'm going to show here. Escape to Terror. But John Byrne, inked by Tom Palmer. Are you a Tom Palmer fan?
I don't know, but that's one of my favorite issues.
Yeah. Palmer he is one of those guys. He has a very, very strong, definable style. So much so that some fault him with, if he inks an artist, they say that artist's work doesn't look like, it looks like Tom Palmer's work. And I see where they say that,
Who wrote that? Who scripted it?
Stan Lee wrote it. It's a Stan Lee story.
That's his last. Wasn't that his last Stan Lee story for years?
It was, I think. It was a Stan Lee script, John Byrne plot and pencils, and then Tom Palmer came in and did the finishes. But he does, though. Palmer has a very, very strong inking style. And some of these panels, you can look at it and you say, is that Byrne work or is that Tom Palmer work? So, I mean, I see what they're saying. But it was a great story.
Oh, the art was great, too.
Oh, man, the art's beautiful. And I think the art, even the cover is.
For some reason, that book is so affordable. Nobody looks at it for anything.
I know
significance.
I know it. And it's one of the best Silver Surfer stories. Definitely one of the best Surfer stories published in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. Stan Lee.
Yeah. Well, and another one, of course, this one.
That was his baby, Silver Surfer.
Yeah. And this one, Stan Lee and Mobius.
Yep.
Okay. Issue 1 and issue 2. And this was a futuristic story with Silver Surfer and Galactus, where Galactus shows up again after hundreds of years or whatever, and some televangelist tries to make a cult out of him and become his main preacher dude. And it's just kind of funny because then Silver Surfer's been living kind of as a homeless guy to that point, and he comes out to keep people from following this guy and following the religion of Galactus. So kind of cool story. Hey, I'll go on as long as you want, but I don't want to keep you up too late.
No, don't worry about me. I mean, my wife's in bed. I can play whenever I want.
Cool.
So we got some unexpected from the 80s, early 80s with the
Nice.
bondage cover.
Yeah, I'm starting to get into, for the first time ever, I'm starting to get into those DC horror books from that era.
Mr. E, look at that. He's putting that thing in the guy's head, that nail.
Right.
Over that cauldron.
Yeah, that's just creepy stuff that I love. I mean, it's not gory, it's not over the top. It's just like you see it and you're like, ew. I love that people love Spider-Ham. I just never was a big fan. But
I think he's cool.
I know a lot of people do. I'm a downer though, because I've never been a funny animal fan. The closest I ever got to funny animals was Usagi Yojimbo. We can't really call him a funny animal. No. I mean, he's slicing and dicing, you know. But oh yeah, there you go. I used to have that one. Superman and Santa Claus. That one's getting harder to get, I think, isn't it?
Catch you later, brother. We love you.
See you, Roger. Yeah, that's a cool one. I love that.
The little shop in town. Every now and then, when they buy a big collection, they come in there and it's all $1, all 50 cents.
Yeah.
Did you see that Gold Key Dell haul that I did a while back?
I didn't.
Oh, I came in the day before. He said, I'm having a $1 sale tomorrow. But if you want to go through now, you get 25 for $1. Everything's 50 cents after that.
Nice.
So the first 2 boxes were Dell and Gold Key. A lot of it was low grade, but I pulled all the stuff that was really good.
Yeah.
Went through the next 30 boxes. It was all modern crap. Yeah. I was leaving and I looked and he had a shelf with 2 other boxes with some stuff on it. I said, what about those boxes? He said, oh yeah, check them out.
Yeah.
And I pulled that one out and it had Dell after Dell, high grade stuff, early Dell, like 60, 61, 59. And I was like, yeah, it was all 50 cents.
Very cool. Well, yeah, okay, you'll be happy with me on this one. You were talking about Power Man and Iron Fist. I do. Oh yeah. That's a great cover. I do have a couple of Power Man and Iron Fist. This was actually the first Power Man and Iron Fist I ever bought because it crossed over with a ROM Space Knight story. I was a big ROM head all the time it was running. And I love that Frank Miller cover.
That series is so good. I'm still reading it. I mean, I found the whole run in dollar bins, so I haven't got back to reading the whole thing, but every time I read it as a teenager, it was just so good.
It always was. And I read it. I picked it up for probably a year or so, and then I put it back down for some reason. But that was my first ever issue. This was the next one I remember, and this one I've had 3 or 4 different times because I just love I love the story in it. But this is a Power Man and Iron Fist number 84. It's an early appearance of Sabretooth, but I loved the Sabretooth Power Man throwdown, man.
Nice.
It was just, and I don't know who did. That's a Dennis Cowan cover, and I never really was a big fan of his. Same guy that did, I think, Jim, Son of Saturn for DC. I actually own that original. No way. We have to talk. We have to talk, man, because I got $25 burning a hole in my pocket. So I'm just teasing you, though. I'm just kidding.
So I showed this. This is original new story of Spider-Ham.
Oh, okay, cool.
After Star was canceled.
Yeah, I have that Marvel Tales because I couldn't acquire that Marvel team up anymore for what I wanted to pay for it, so I settled for the Marvel Tales.
I had a YouTuber send me the original issue, but it was like a 2.5, but was free.
Cool. I said I was going to
take it.
Yeah, I said I was going to do some. The 80s was a great time for indies.
Oh yeah.
And I did. I've got a theory about indies. I won't share right now. I'll share it sometime on another video. But it's the first 2 issues of a series called Figments. It's actually a very fun series. What I've read of it. But the thing about it is, this cover and the art inside is early work by Evan Dorkin, the creator of Milk and Cheese. And who knew he could do a somewhat dramatic superhero type, book, but he can. I mean, you see Milk and Cheese and you don't think superheroes, obviously.
Right.
You think You think
I think I
Ultra
got rid of my milk and cheese.
Did you? I never had any. I never owned any. Never read any.
I never read it. I had it because I knew it was popular, and
Yeah.
get it in 50-cent bin. I just guess I gave it away. I have this killer Sienkiewicz cover. Is it Sienkiewicz? I think it. Yeah, this is Sienkiewicz.
Very cool. Yeah.
Werewolf by Night.
Sienkiewicz he killed it on Moon Knight covers, interiors. That first volume, that was his first. That was volume 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just killed it on Moon Knight.
Alan Davis.
Yes, Alan Davis. The switch on Detective from Alan Davis to Todd McFarlane was one of the most shocking. I have a video somewhere where I asked Mike McCormick, the former owner of Comic Empire of Tulsa, it's like, okay, name one of the most shocking switches of art, from on a title from the artist to artist, and that was one of the ones we came up with, from Alan Davis to Todd McFarlane. You can't get much more difference than that.
Where is my Todd McFarlane?
I was recently, a couple weekends ago, I was at Shadow Mountain Comics in Tulsa during their 25-cent sale. Now, this book has cooled off quite a bit in the last several months, but I did score this for 25 cents. 2 bits for Thor 371.
What is it? What is
First
significance?
First appearance of, what's that cop's name? He's Peace. He's a justice with that time outfit that's in the Loki.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
He's Justice Peace, I think is what he's called.
Oh, I don't know.
I read this originally when it first came out on the stands. I never quite understood why he blew up, why this first appearance blew up so much. But I'd wanted these Sal Buscema issues again, then couldn't touch this one because he was part of that outfit. But scoring it for a quarter made my day. So.
Oh yeah. You schooled me. I didn't watch Loki. I wasn't interested in it, so I didn't really.
No, I didn't finish it. My kids did. They liked it. I think it's a generational thing. But I just couldn't finish
when they were advertising that there was going to be the female Loki, I was like, I'm out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I love that.
This is the Jack Cole cover from the Golden Age.
Yeah. I was going to ask you. That's got to be a reprint, Golden Age reprint from Eclipse, right?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Eclipse put out some good stuff. So how about this? Let's test your key knowledge.
There you go. That's a Walt Simonson cover. Going to be, I think that is the point where Sal Buscema had already taken over the interiors, isn't it?
Throg, first appearance of Throg.
First appearance of Throg. Okay, that would be Walt Simonson. Yeah, Walt Simonson.
Which I don't care about, but I found it in the dollar bin, so.
Very cool. That stuff's cool. I read all that stuff when it first came out on the stand. Yeah, that's a great cover. I love the black cover on those. I owned all those when they first came out too. It's so funny. I could put my kids through college with the stuff that I once owned. Yeah, love that too. That was such a dark story for Spider-Man. It was so great. You kept expecting. When I was reading that, my friend and I, I always read comics with and collected comics with. That one with Craven, we'd always joke about Batman showing up in that story because it was so dark.
I haven't read it yet. Sienkiewicz cover.
Yeah, that one. You know what? I read that stuff, but I don't remember it. Spider-Man was missing, and then he was in the loony bin, and because there was right before that, I think they were running a storyline. Where is Spider-Man?
I looked this one up when I was pulling books, and this is the hot book of the day right here.
Yeah, I have that. First appearance of the Foreigner. I have another one I was going to dig out, and I didn't. That's a great story, great fight between Spider-Man and Sabretooth. But there's a fight several issues later between Spider-Man and the Foreigner. Foreigner has no superpowers. He's like super spy fighter. He's just freaky good at fighting. I mean, on the cover is just a striking image. He's choking Spider-Man with his own web as they're both falling out a window.
Oh, wow.
It's just awesome.
So let me tell you, for me, the greatest hand-to-hand fight in a comic is in Avengers Spotlight 5.
Avengers
Do you have
Spotlight.
that? It's
I
the
don't
Moon Knight backup feature.
Yeah.
He gets a distress call or something, and he in this castle. So the opening splash shows him like in the background climbing the castle wall up to the window and like in silhouette. When he goes in, he goes like through the castle downstairs in this elevator, and then all of a sudden someone attacks him. So he starts trying to defend himself and fight back, and then he realizes it's the Shroud. And so they fight, and he starts whipping the Shroud's ass. So when he does, the Shroud calls in the night shift. So you know who the night shift is?
I do.
So he calls them in, and they start all attacking Moon Knight. And Moon Knight's, he's not beating them, but it's like a draw. Nobody can win.
Yeah. Wasn't Blade part of the night shift?
I don't know. I know Digger was.
Okay. I knew there was a vampire in there, so okay.
But so then the Shroud stops the fight, and he's like, oh no, it's okay. We were just testing you because the Avengers are recruiting.
Yeah.
And we wanted to test you. And Moon was like, I don't think so. I work alone. But it was such a really good, drawn, brutal fight. It was, I to this day, every time I see it, I still buy that book.
Very cool.
And then I'll give it to people. I'm like, you got to read this.
Yeah. So I landed a few Comic Readers. Comic Readers was a industry magazine back in the late 70s, early 80s.
Oh, yeah. Roger gave me some of those.
Yeah. Scored some for $1 a piece at Shadow Mountain several weeks ago. Great, really cool George Perez Deathlock cover on the front there. And the neat thing about these is starting about 1980, you started having a Mike Mignola, who was still a fan, started doing some back cover pieces. Here's in fact, it's dated 1981. Here's a illustration with Shang-Chi and Razor Fist on the back. I mean, you can see it's so weird because it's very rudimentary, but you can still tell it's Mignola.
Right.
And here's one more, Captain America and Bucky, which is, again, very, very fanish, very amateurish. But, man, Mignola has a style that just, you can't help but spot it.
Yeah, I showed him Mignola earlier. I remember what issue it was. Oh, man. So, well, here's one of my McFarlanes.
Very nice. I've got that. I love those.
I had multiples of all 4 of them before they got hot. I mean, I got the newsstand one of what 575 somewhere in here. I showed it already.
If you got a newsstand of those are in high demand.
I bought it for $12.
Yeah.
Check out this book. So I got this out of a dollar bin at one of the comic fests.
I have that.
Now this is her first appearance.
Oh, really?
His cousin.
I don't remember her name.
All new issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when I showed this, people were like, "Is that her first?" Everybody was asking me because they love Sad. I guess he's a cult fault. And all I could find out is that she never appeared anywhere else.
That's cool. There's a lot of those Harvey spotlights floating around, and I just started seeing them. I mean, they're from the late 80s, early 90s.
87, and it's a newsstand.
So I started seeing those pop up, almost like they for the first time in 20 years come out on the market, on the back issue market. But I pick them up whenever I see them, especially if they're number ones.
I got into Harvey's because of Captain Strangeliffe. I kept watching his videos, and he'd show these Harveys. I'm like, those are beautiful, man.
Right. Very cool. Let me show you one more.
How about this one? We'll go to 11 o'clock, and we'll get out of here.
Okay.
Found this high-grade copy at the flea market for $2.50.
Nice. Okay, I'm not going to show that one because it's kind of cheating. Why
is it cheating?
Well, it's an edition that came out in the 80s, but it's reprint. It's a reprint of.
If it's dated in the 80s, that's the qualification.
Okay, well, then I'll do it because even in the 80s, this came out in 1981. It was $3.95, and it was reprinted 3 issues of Captain America that I couldn't afford even then, and it's the reprint of the Steranko issues, yellow hardcover. And to me, it was $3.95, and this was it was printed in an even larger format.
Wow! I've never even knew that existed.
So so this goes on my bookshelf, but it's got all 3 of those. They reprint the covers there.
Yeah.
And so I've had this for years. I'll always have this. Maybe be buried with.
That's what I just said. I have coffin books.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I can determine how many can fit in the coffin.
And I get it. It's so cool. It's cool to have the originals and everything. But I mean, some stories. I mean, if you can get them in larger format, yes, I love that. Love that John Romita Jr. Wolverine cover. To me, that if it wasn't for that border, see those Marvel borders. What was that during their? I love that one. Yeah, I like that one too. Who did the cover on that though? That was the story that first established a connection between he and Sabretooth.
I don't know.
Paul Neary or Alan Davis. Alan Davis did the cover for the issue and the art for the issue after. Leonardi, check it. I think Rick Leonardi did the interiors for that book that you just showed. It was Rick Leonardi, I think, in the first issue, and part 2 was Alan Davis.
First battle, Wolverine, Sabretooth details. See, this is what Key Collector is good for.
Yeah.
Artist, Barry Windsor Smith. Writer.
What?
That's a Barry Windsor Smith.
Interiors?
Nice. I know the cover. That looks like him.
Huh.
No, you're right. Rick Leonardi is guest artist. But it's a Barry Windsor Smith cover.
Very cool.
And I got a pretty nice copy too.
You did. I missed that. I did not even realize that was a Smith cover. That's awesome. That was when that came out, that became automatically, even after I'd read the whole John Byrne X-Men run, everything, that became my favorite Wolverine story. I think it still is my favorite Wolverine story ever.
I have so much reading to do, it's almost impossible to catch up.
Do you have the issue after that? Part 2 of that battle?
I do. Actually, I thought I showed it somewhere in here.
Okay, well, let me just tell you something about it. If you find it again, check it, because in one of the last panels, when they're falling, Wolverine is winning that fight, and I don't know if the artist meant to or not, but it's a small panel and a small detail, and it looks like, if you look closely at that small panel, oh, nice, yes. I used to have a beat up copy of that I kept for, I don't know, I had it for 20, 25 years. Read that book over and over. But in the last panel of that Wolverine Sabretooth fight, it looks like Wolverine is beheading him. You need to check that out. They never made a big deal about it. He never said anything about it, about taking his head. But if you check that panel, you're like, he just severed Sabretooth's head. His head is at a weird angle, and it's just...
There's actually an issue of, I think it's Superman, where he punches Batman through the chest.
Really?
And kills him. I had it. It's a modern book.
Yeah.
I read it somewhere, and I'm like, okay, let me see if I can find that. And I found it and read it. It does happen.
Yeah. Of course, this was back in the time when Marvel wouldn't have approved that, and so they were able to do it. Yeah, that's iconic. That's great.
Perez.
I think they did it in such a small panel. I think they let it go, but that's cool. I love that. I used to have that whole run of Crisis books. Now that's Barry Windsor Smith. At least that was Barry Windsor Smith who did the art and all the interiors and all those Weapon X storyline.
Great storyline.
Great stuff. Yeah, there you go. What issue is that?
50? No, 39.
39, okay. Hang on a second. Hey, bud, I'm sorry I didn't say anything. Go ahead and get your shower. I'll take care of the dishes. Were you a Silverhawks? Yeah, that's a great book.
I do have Silverhawks #1.
Yeah, so, yeah, right there. The book itself is actually kind of goofy, but the cartoon, I loved it, even though the cartoon itself was very, very, very much a copy of of Thundercats. I mean, it just kind of was. I have that. Yes, that book is maybe getting ready to blow up. I don't have Blade Runner #1 of the ongoing. I don't. Or I guess it was was that an ongoing or a mini?
No, I think it was miniseries.
Okay. But I do have the Marvel Super Special. That book may be getting ready to blow up. They're talking about another Blade Runner movie or series or something.
You know, talk about indies. You ready?
Yep. No. Oh, I have that. Yes, the Black Belt Hamsters. Yes.
There was so many ripoffs of the Turtles. It wasn't funny.
I grab all the ripoffs of the Turtles I can, #1s.
Wasn't there one that was cats, aardvarks?
Aardvarks. I have the Aardvarks one somewhere. I have that one in a box just right behind me, obviously.
Frank Miller.
Yes, absolutely. Every one of those, practically every one of those Frank Miller Daredevil covers were iconic.
You were waiting by the newsstand. When did you get those Frank Miller books out here right away?
Absolutely. Are you a Tom Grummett fan at all?
Sounds familiar.
Tom Grummett did the pencils on the 90s iteration of the later iteration of the Teen Titans, the run where they introduced the Wildebeests and where Speedy changed his name to Arsenal.
Oh no, I never read that late. No. I do have that. I did have. I think I have the Arsenal issue.
Tom Grummett has also done, though. He did the Power Company. He's done a lot of Marvel art in the last 8-10 years. But I have his first professional comics work in 2 issues. It was supposed to be a 12-issue series. These are 1987, I think. The Privateers. And what's really cool about it is, again, like Mike Mignola, you can look at his early art and tell. I mean, it's Grummett all over. It's just much more, a little rougher, and that kind of thing. So it's really cool stuff.
Yeah, I'm limiting my collection to 1989.
Oh, I'll tell you where you'd know Grummett from. He did the art for the first ongoing Robin series. He was the first art.
I have that issue 1.
And the Superboy series for dozens and dozens of issues.
I'm sure I probably have that then.
Yeah. That's Tom Grummett. Very solid, really good.
You ever read that?
Yeah.
That's great. Isn't this just a great cover?
It is. I love it.
Even better than Hulk 181, I'd say.
Yeah, I like it. Well, and Hulk 181, I love Trimpe for all the work he's done. I didn't say I don't like it, but I'm just saying I like this one a little better. But I'm saying he never was on my top 5 or even 10 artists.
Really?
No, But I love that. I love that.
I loved him because he was like a house artist, and he still made everything look cool.
Right.
Do you have that one?
No, but I just funnily enough, I just picked up because I can't lay my hands on that book, and I wanted my sons both to read it. The first, because they love Venom and the costume and everything. I picked up for a quarter a beat up Toy Biz reprint of that book for a quarter. So I was like, okay, hey, it'll go on the spinner rack and be there.
I was like you. I couldn't afford the book, and I was at a shop in Georgia, and they had it like an 8.0 for like $15. I'm like, okay, I'm in. And then I got home, and within a couple of weeks, I won Rogers, one of his contests, and it was a higher grade issue of this.
Right.
So I ended up trading or the other one with somebody. But it was like, you can't get a book. All of a sudden, one falls in your lap, then another one. It always happens.
Right.
I'm sure you have this.
I don't have that. I did have one of those a while back. Now, is that the one that's got? Is that the issue? One of the Secret Wars issues has a printer error where Galactus is glued. Is that it? Is that the issue?
I think it is. I'm not sure.
Because I had one.
I don't remember.
I ended up selling it on eBay for a ridiculous amount. Yes, I have that. I have that whole short.
Did you buy this when it came out?
Off the rack.
I
Absolutely.
did too.
Well, yeah,
Who
man.
was
Look
the-
at that. That's a fantastic JR cover, man. JR Jr. cover.
And it was like, what the heck is this? This is cool. Look at all of these. You're like, this is wild.
Yeah. I take it back. That may be a Bob Layton cover, but I think
That's Ramita.
I think it's inked by Layton. The interiors are definitely Ramita. I mean, not Junior.
No,
I
look
think
at that. That's
cover might be
Ramita.
inked. I think is it inked by Layton? I wonder.
Look at the faces. Look at how short the characters are. You know, his characters always look short for some reason.
Right.
So I'm just showing some stuff because we got a few more minutes left.
Okay, cool.
A couple high grade copies of
Nice.
Stained Glass Scarlet. I actually have the Swedish edition too.
No way. Where do y'all
Let me-
get all the?
Let me
foreign
pull it out.
editions?
I went to Sweden. I went to Denmark actually.
Right.
They
Oh,
had a
that's right.
shop. They had a shop, and they had all these back issues for $1. Oh, that's right. I forgot. They had two. I bought 2 copies of Dracula #1 there.
Right. Nice. Oh wow. I love that cover. Nice.
I should do another foreign video. This is another one. These were. Oh, here it is.
Yeah. Beautiful. I love that.
Oh, I got a She-Hulk 1 too. In Swedish. Is this it right here? That
No
counts for
way.
80's. She-Hulk
great.
#1.
That's great. Now, when did that come out? Did that come out in the 80s as well?
I don't know. Have to look. I discovered they had like comics that came out within the same time frame, and then they also reprinted them again in the 80's.
Right. Okay, I couldn't help it. I had to check it. Yeah, that was that contest.
Yeah, this says 82, man. It's a
Very
nice
cool.
copy too.
Yeah, that's nice.
I should get this graded.
You should. Yeah, the Contest of Champions #1. It was a John Romita cover, inked by Bob Layton. See, I love that's what I thought, because it looked like the stuff right out of Iron Man. And Bob Layton inked most of his work on Iron Man. That's going to go down on my list of one of the best ever comic art teams is John Romita Jr. and Bob Layton, which is something if you consider how early that was in Junior's career.
Right. Oh, here's the other one.
Cool. I like that. Here's one talking about indies again, and I said I'd never read any Evangeline, and I haven't, but of course Evangeline is a Chuck Dixon creation, but this is Primer. Now I don't know what issue number it is. Primer, Volume 1, Number 6. First appearance of Evangeline, and the reason why I have this though is because that friend of mine who I wrote for his column, Michael Vance, he has some work in here that he wrote, and an indie artist legend, Grass Green, did the art on. And people who know indie comics will know Grass Green, but it's called Holiday Out. It's a strip they did, actual newspaper strip that got reprinted in some comics. But Grass Green is a legend and I can't tell you much about him. I know he was a black man, and he was just so well loved in the independent comics community. But I mean, to some people he's a god in the independent comics community. To the point where when they get to that point, I'm like, well, do you still call them independent comic artists, or are they just comic artists? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, he gave me that book and signed it.
Nice.
Michael did.
I love how we all have our own niches, you know.
Oh yeah.
And we share with each other and we learn from it. And it's like, yeah, you know, that's not my jam, but it's still cool. It's fascinating to learn about these people. And
Yeah.
and then, you know, and then we nibble at the fringe. We pick up stuff that we say,
Oh,
you
sure.
know what? You see the book that someone said, oh yeah, that one. Okay, there it is for $1.
Yeah.
Let me grab it.
I'll show you one more and I'll be done.
Yeah, show one more and we'll get out.
Another indie published in 1987, Elite Presents. and it was just a one shot. But the cover character is a character called Dark Wolf, actually created by a man I know from Tulsa, R.A. Jones, and he's done a lot in independent comics and some in Marvel and DC. In fact, I'll tell you a little known fact about R.A. Jones. You remember Bulletproof Monk, a comic, and then it became a movie.
Yeah, I didn't like that. Was a bad movie.
It was a bad movie, but R.A. Jones is the creator of Bulletproof Monk, which I thought was a great concept, just bad.
Yeah, it wasn't the concept that was bad. It was the production.
Hollywood didn't do it justice, and I think because it was early on and it was a comic book property, and so they didn't respect it. But a guy named Butch Burcham does the art for this first appearance. It was a sneak appearance of the first issue of Dark Wolf, and I just always thought especially for an independent book, this was some great art. Lots of to me, just lots of heart in it, But anyway, just kind of cool for a Tulsa-based thing. But
we love it. Back to the 80s. It was fun. Thanks for joining. Congratulations to all the winners. We still have 4 people watching, so it was pretty good. We had 23, I think, or 24 at the top.
Awesome.
Probably one of my biggest shows in a while. So,
hey, thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me on.
We'll do it again, and yeah, you and I need to get together and do something together. So I'll keep it on the back burner. Take care.
Appreciate you.
All right, y'all have a good night. Thank you, all those loyal fans who stayed all the way to the end. But it was a great show, and I know everybody enjoyed it. And so we're out of here. Thanks to all my guests and my co-host tonight. So you guys have a good work week and be safe. Night Tigers out.